Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, and we're convening this hearing in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as via Zoom. The time is 9:37 a.m., and I'm calling to order this hearing. Today marks the committee's fourth performance oversight hearing. We're hearing from government witnesses at the following agencies today: the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, and the Department of Small and Local Business Development. We're going to begin with anybody joining us? Any of my colleagues? Doesn't look like anybody's joining us online or in person. So we're going to move ahead with our government witnesses who will have 7 minutes to provide testimony. The first we're going to hear from is the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, or OCFO, which is an independent agency in the district that assists the mayor and council in enhancing the fiscal and financial stability, accountability, and integrity of the government of the District of Columbia. The OCFO ensures that district spending levels remain within appropriate budgets and available revenues for each fiscal year so that spending deficits do not occur. It maintains adequate cash balances, minimizes receivables balances, manages the district's debt and finances, improves tax payment compliance, develops and supports financial management systems that provide accurate and timely information, and produces the district's annual comprehensive financial report. With that, I'm going to go ahead and swear you guys in before you begin your testimony. Good morning to each of you. If you don't mind raising your right hand. Do you each swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Again, good morning to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person this morning. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Glenn Lee, Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia. I'm very pleased to appear before you today to testify on the fiscal year 2024 performance of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I will also outline my plans for the agency in fiscal year 2025 and beyond. Joining me today to assist in answering questions from the committee is Angel Jacobs, Deputy CFO and Chief of Staff, Carmen Pigler, and then we brought our Deputy CFO team. Carmen Pigler is Deputy CFO and District Treasurer. Keith Richardson is our Tax Commissioner. Kimberly Williams is our Controller, and Fitzroy Lee is our Chief Economist. And from our administrative team, Dorothy Fortune, OCFO Procurement Director and Acting Executive Director of Management and Administration, is with us, and Nicole Dean, OCFO Budget Officer. In carrying out its responsibilities, the OCFO works diligently to accurately and objectively communicate the district's financial position to its stakeholders. We oversee the district's financial operation on a foundation of transparency and accountability. We produce reports, studies, and analyses to offer relevant and reliable information to the public, to Congress, to elected leaders such as yourselves, the credit rating agencies and investors, and independent financial auditors. Our mission remains steadfast: to ensure the financial integrity and long-term fiscal health of the district for its residents and stakeholders. I want to take this opportunity to thank the employees of the OCFO for their hard work, their dedication, and commitment to our mission. Noteworthy in evaluating fiscal year 2024 is the fact that this is only the second year of operations of DIFS, the new enterprise-wide financial system, that we were able to successfully manage and account for the district's resources, complete the financial audit, and prepare and timely issue the fiscal year 2024 ACFR with an unmodified or clean audit opinion and no yellow book findings is a remarkable accomplishment for which I'm extremely proud. The employees of the OCFO play an integral role, not only in the success of our agency, but in the success of the district. During my presentation today, I will highlight several of our most important initiatives and provide an update on our agency's accomplishments as we continue to advance our goal of being a best-in-class financial organization. So if we could move to the PowerPoint presentation, please. And what I'm going to do today, very briefly, is, well, we're going to talk a bit about our organization, our operation metrics from fiscal year 24, our accomplishments in fiscal year 24, and some ongoing work that I'm very proud of and wanted to describe to the committee. Next slide, please. As you are aware, our organization really is organized into 3 tranches, including roughly 1,600 employees. Our central financial operation is supervised by our deputy CFO team, who's with us today, and manages our district financial processes. Our agency financial operations they execute and record financial transactions and help program staff both develop and live within their budgets. That is probably the most challenging of our responsibilities, is to work with our partner agencies every day to make sure our finances are operating appropriately and following the budget that you all pass. And then finally, we have a very robust support team, including our administrative group, personnel, and our IT group, among others. Next slide, please. We have a very robust value statement that was developed by the organization in the late teens. It's, from my perspective, very powerful and something that I try to live by every day. We use the acronym SMARTER, and I think you've seen that in the building. Effectively, we're a service-driven culture that's motivated and focused on our mission, accountable, and respectful not only to our customers, but also our coworkers. We value trustworthiness and teamwork, and we empower our folks to the best of our ability to achieve excellence, and we're very results-oriented. Next slide, please. Our actual operations include many of the things you mentioned early in your introduction, Mr. Chairman. We estimate the amount of revenues that the district can expect over the financial plan period. We attest that budgets are balanced. We evaluate fiscal impact of all legislation. We monitor revenue and spending. That's the heart of our work with the department program folks. We ensure financial statements are fairly represented, basically accurate to those of us who are not accountants, and review all economic development projects. We issue debt, manage the cash and investments controlled by the district other than our trust funds, and oversee credit ratings. We oversee tax collections and the lottery, and we manage financial personnel and activities in all agencies and component units of the district. Moving on to some outputs from 2024. These are just metrics of some of our key responsibilities. In our tax area, that is very capably managed by our colleague, Mr. Richardson, who's with us today. We processed over almost 1.3 million tax returns. That's a load. And that's across all the tax agencies or taxes that we administer. We processed about 350,000 taxpayer calls. We responded to over 83,000 written questions or comments from taxpayers. We recorded over 12,000 deeds, almost 13,000 deeds, and assessed 2008, almost 2010 properties. Our delinquent payments that we collected on various obligations to the district, primarily taxes, was $275 million, between 275 and 288 million. Next slide. For transactions, we executed 3.7 million wire and ACH transactions. We collected an additional $48 million in debt that was owed to the district. And we issued $1.2 billion in general obligation bonds. Our new money issuance was $726 million. That's new money that will be spent on existing capital programs. And the rest of our sale were refinances, which in total we yielded, the refinances yield a net present value savings of $50 million. A good day at the market. We currently have roughly $12.5 billion outstanding in bond obligations. We also manage several trusts, not the primary trust of the retirement system, but we manage several other trusts, about $7.3 billion. They include OPED, our various employee engagement funds like the 401A and 457, as well as endowments for UDC and the Library Trust Fund. The value of unclaimed property that we returned to their owners was $35 million in fiscal year 2024. A bit more about our transactions. We processed over 1 million payroll payments and issued about 45,000 W-2s or similar devices. I'm sorry, that's 1099s. And we processed over 150 fiscal impact studies, which I'm sure you're very familiar with many of those. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk about some of the key accomplishments. Those are our metrics. What are things that we accomplished? First, the district's financial statements were completed on time. That's probably the most important single deadline that we have, is to make sure our books are complete. And as we mentioned, they were also, through an independent auditor, found to be clean. In other words, there was no material mistakes in our financial reports. And in fact, we did not even have yellow book findings. We maintained high bond ratings. Our general obligation bond ratings are 1 AAA from Moody's and 2 AA pluses from Fitch and Standard & Poor's for our general obligation bonds. For our income tax secured bonds, we started the year with a AAA from Standard & Poor's and 2 effectively AA plus from Moody's and Fitch. But early in October, thanks to our work of our Treasury team, our Moody's rating went up to AAA. So for the first time, I believe, for the income tax, we have 2 AAA ratings. So that's very good news. Next slide, please. We have a state-of-the-art capital planning system. It's called CARS, an acronym that we use for the system. And with that, we're able to identify major maintenance or state of good repair spending that's necessary to keep the various capital facilities in the district operating, anything from roads to schools. We've identified that there's $15 billion in total capital needs to keep everything we have in a good state of repair. I'm happy to say 12 billion of that is addressed in the current CIP. As jurisdictions go, that's a very good effort by this jurisdiction to keep up with its capital needs. We of course, would love to see 100% in the CIP, but the reality is we make a very good effort at that. So I'm very pleased with those outcomes. Another thing that we accomplished this year is we modernized our tax information system that Mr. Richardson operates. It was called the Core 21 implementation. It does several things, but the key things is it provides a better platform to manage the system in the highest security environment that we can find. Tax information is full of personal information that has to be at the highest level of security, protected. And we made several enhancements to the taxpayer interface to that system to make it easier to understand their liabilities as well as pay their taxes. There's also some security protocols we put into place for taxpayers to ensure evermore that, at least for now, their data is secure. And that, with any information system, that's an ongoing effort to ensure you're state of the art with your security. So I'm very pleased with that effort, and it took our tax administration quite a few years to get to the full implementation, and it has been successful. Moving forward, next slide, please. In our tax group, we also have a plain language initiative. This is part of outreach to taxpayers. The attempt constantly in the tax world, you're trying to modify and improve your instructions to taxpayers or forms so that it's ever more easy to understand in order to empower our taxpayers to know what their obligations are. And we have a very robust effort, and that's certainly part of the culture that Mr. Richardson brings to tax administration. We work with our collaborating agencies in their public outreach to ensure that their customers, primarily their customers, understand their tax obligations as well. For example, we work with DSLBD in that kind of effort. And we have our own taxpayer outreach efforts that primarily, well, not primarily, but to a large extent, we want to ensure taxpayers understand the credits that they have in their personal income tax or property tax liabilities. So that's a large focus of our effort in the tax world. I believe that was one of the questions you asked us. Next slide, please. We have had several targeted outreach efforts. Several feature our Office of Taxpayer Advocate, whose responsibility is to ensure that taxpayers are treated fairly and equitably and help taxpayers understand their rights and responsibilities as DC taxpayers. In the interest of time, let's move to the next slide, please. In other areas beyond tax, really our key set of processes that we manage are all run through the financial system generally. And so after just implementing a system, there's still many processes that we're trying to improve now that we're using the system. Probably one of the largest accomplishments was a redesign of the P-card process. The original design that we implemented with DIFs was too cumbersome. And while maintaining our internal controls, we found different ways to actually execute P-card transactions to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of that device to pay bills, but again, ensuring that we have the right internal controls in that. We implemented a handful of public-facing changes, including a multi-factor authentication for supplier or vendor portal. Again, always, not only do you want to educate the people who work with us, the taxpayers or suppliers, but we also want to make sure that their information they provide to us is as secure as possible, and that the multi-factor authorization was quite an effort, and we're very pleased with the outcome there, again, in an effort to protect vendors' information as well as avoid fraud. We're working very hard with OCP to improve the relationship between the procurement system and DIFs. And we've automated over the year several of our reconciliation processes that makes reconciliations much easier and faster. We still have improvements to make, but I'm pleased with the effort there. Most importantly, we've worked very hard to document and test a disaster recovery plan for the financial system. No matter what kind of emergency is occurring, we need to make sure that we can still execute financial transactions. So putting enormous amounts of energy to make sure that no matter what happens, our financial system can be operating with the right safety protocols in place. Right, next slide, please. Looking into 25, in the tax administration area, we are in the process of implementation, a cloud-based contract center as service process. And it is a multi-media channel capability to communicate with taxpayers. And as the slide indicates, it's voice, email, chat, social media, and different kinds of texting. You can never have enough ways to communicate with taxpayers to ensure that they understand their responsibilities and answer their questions. We feel that the new system will increase our client service levels and ultimately provides us better analytics based on who's using these different communication channels that allows us to improve our public-facing initiatives and activities and responsibilities with taxpayers. In addition, in the tax world, we've implemented or are implementing the mobile assessor data collection system, and basically this is an efficiency measure for our property tax assessors. Next slide. In the DIFS world, we are focused on implementing a budget formulation system, which will help your staff as well as ours with the very complicated task of developing the budget every year and keeping track of different decisions relating to the budget as it goes through its process. It's a cloud-based solution, utterly tied with DIFS, so you can use accounting data to populate much of the information. And it should streamline at least some of the back-end processing that goes in developing a budget. Finally, with DIFS itself, again, we're focusing on our relationship with the procurement system. That's probably our number one issue, to work with OCP and our OCTO to make sure that our relationship, our data relationship and transfers between those systems is working as efficiently as possible. And there's a variety of issues, but the next thing that's most important to me is to implement a ad hoc reporting tool. That's a typical second or third year change that you make to your new financial system, is to empower your employees and your clients with the ability to do their own reporting. And I found that to be very successful, so I'm very pleased that we're underway with that effort. With that, I will conclude and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, CFO Lee. I want to note that we've been joined by Ward 6 Council member and member of this committee, Charles Allen. Good morning to you, Councilmember Allen. I do have some questions. We're going to do 10-minute rounds to begin with. I'm going to start with some of the questions based on public witness testimony that we got a few weeks ago. One of the witnesses who testified before our committee about the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, Shauna Delaval, with Brightline, she testified that the Office of Tax and Revenue's tax payment portal may unwittingly be broadly and publicly sharing district residents' sensitive personal data through its online databases. This could pose immediate threats to public safety and individual privacy for many DC residents. And so I wanted to ask, have you had a chance to review that testimony that was shared? Have you heard some of the concerns? Do you have a response to that testimony or to those concerns? Yeah, I'll leave it there to get a response.
Thank you. We appreciate the feedback. So we have looked at some of the concerns that were brought up. We believe we're following current law in how we provide information on property tax. But if the council believes that current law is not adequate to provide privacy and security, we're happy to work with you to see how to adjust current law to change what it is that we provide publicly in the property tax world. So I want to be really clear. We did take the time to make sure that we're complying, and we believe we are. But Perhaps to address some of the concerns, council may want to propose legislation that would provide,
No, I appreciate
change
that,
the paradigm a bit.
but also
So we're happy
understanding
to work with you on
that
that.
you all have the authority to make those sorts of recommendations for changes. I want to kind of peel back the layers. I appreciate that your view is that you're in compliance with the law, and so that's good to know and good to hear you say that on the record. But I mean, do you have any concerns with the current law or the potential for risk with the current framework that you all are in compliance with? Do you see any challenges there? Do you have any recommendations about addressing any potential risks with address or property owner data that you all
Yeah,
currently
we
have?
would be happy to explore that with you. I can't say today if there's a particular aspect of this. You know, we are responding to this testimony and wanted to assure you that the first step was to figure out whether or not we were violating the law. We're not, but it's certainly a dialogue that we would enjoy having with you.
I'm going to ask another question that I have here. Do you agree that while some tax recordation and deed data are considered level 3 confidential, extracts of that data with personally identifiable information are publicly available on OTR's integrated tax system public extract?
I think
Whether or not it's compliant with the law, do you agree?
Yeah, I'd like Mr. Richardson to weigh in on that answer, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I would say right now with the law and what we're doing, we don't believe there's information that's out on our tax system publicly. So as again, we follow the letter to the law regard to federal public officials and other residents in the district. We don't have a problem or have seen a problem with that.
Okay, so again, I appreciate, and if you could just state your name for the record so we have it.
Again, good morning. My name is Keith J. Richardson, Deputy CFO and Tax Commissioner for the district.
And good morning to you as well. I understand where you all are coming from, and I appreciate that you all have taken the step to ensure that you are complying with the law. And that the council may want to propose some changes. Obviously, we'd like to do that in consultation with you all as the
Yeah.
experts
Yes.
here. But I guess what was pointed out is that there are extracts of data with personally identifiable information publicly available on OTR's integrated tax system public extract. Is that something that you agree with, that it is publicly available today?
All property information is public information, so it's out. It's
Okay,
public.
and some of it contains personally identifiable information?
Your personal identifying information is your name and your address. That is it.
Yeah, and that would be standard in the industry nationwide.
Okay. So you said that information, name, address is standard industry-wide?
In general.
In
Yes,
general?
in general.
In general,
Across the United
yes.
States, that is,
Yeah.
information is usually out there.
And so yeah. So I don't know if you got a chance, but I want to mention some of the recommendations that Shauna Delaveau mentioned in her testimony that I thought were thoughtful, and just see if you have a response to any of them. She had mentioned specifically that there are ways to work to try to safeguard certain information. Here's some examples of what she recommended for the office. Was that you all limit the search inputs and outputs on OTR's website, limit the accessibility to historical tax documents, and revisit the rules that govern trust. Have you all seen that testimony specifically? Because we'd love to get it to you if you have not had a chance to review it.
I've seen the document from her testimony a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, and do you have any response to those recommendations that she made?
I appreciate her recommendations. We'll look at the information. And again, we're willing to work with you or her to come to a better resolution.
Okay. Are there any trends in the industry to try to protect some of this information that otherwise is in compliance with the law, nevertheless provides publicly publicly
I
available
would
information?
say we're different compared to other jurisdictions when it comes to real property information being masked. So I cannot say what other states or local jurisdictions are doing to mask information of people.
When you say we're different than others,
Because we mask federal judges, we mask information from people who are victims, that the request comes into us. So again, I cannot comment on what other jurisdictions may do around that.
Okay. So in terms of how you mask federal judges, is that pursuant to existing statute, federal or
Yeah.
otherwise?
Current law here in the district, yes.
So is that a federal statute or is it district?
I
DC
don't
code?
know. I can't comment on that. I have to find out.
Federal. It's federal.
Yeah.
It's federal?
Yes.
Okay, so are DC Superior Court judges information masked as well?
If they're a federal judge, then yes.
I mean, they're federally appointed, but they're district judges. Do you know whether that they're also masked?
We can get back to you with any
Yeah,
answer.
let's answer that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Additionally, your office noted that the audit division in discussions with, is in discussions with IVX Tech, that's IVIX Tech Inc., to use artificial intelligence to access publicly available data on social media platforms to uncover tax noncompliance. Will this work use individualized personal data or will it be sourced anonymously? And do you have concerns that this may be sort of predatory or potentially exploitative?
So that you know, first of all, if it was data that came from an entity, it would be for business purposes only. Because it's an audit function, I would not want to talk publicly about how we do audits. It's kind of like the secret sauce. I don't want to give it up because I don't know who's listening to this public hearing. And it gives them an advantage over possible other businesses if we dive down into the recommendation of the audit that or the information that we were getting possibly from IVEX.
Okay, but I still would like to, and if there's a specific reason that you all want to cite for not sharing sort of the secret sauce, if you will, to borrow your phrase, are you all comfortable that it is all in compliance with the law, but also that individualized personal data isn't being placed at risk?
Again, it's not individual information, it's on businesses, and that is public information. So if we went to a company like this or other vendors, they would get information from the Better Business Bureau, from jurisdictions that they may be registered to do business, wherever other information that was public information they use.
Okay.
So it's nothing against them as individuals.
All right, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Allen for a round.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry, if I could, before you start, I'm sorry, I just want to note that we've been joined by Councilmember at Large, Christina Henderson. Councilmember Allen for a round.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. And Mr. CFO, good to see you and the whole team.
Yep.
Thank you for your work. I was trying to run through a couple different items. First, I want to thank you. I believe we've ironed out all the issues related to the STEER Act implementation and the CCU with the Attorney General's office. Just wanted to see, are you aware of any remaining hurdles for the collaboration between the Attorney General's team on the implementation of the STEER Act and CCU? Or has that been ironed out now?
I understand it has been. I know we've reached out through our general counsel to both our operation as well as the AG's office per your communication on this topic. And I believe, at least at the moment, we feel like we've bridged the gaps that you
Fantastic.
were worried about.
Appreciate that. Thank you
Yeah.
very much for getting that and figuring that part out. As folks are in tax season, one of the questions that I keep getting from constituents is around IRS Direct and why the district doesn't seem to be participating in that. Can you, and I apologize if you addressed this in your testimony, I walked halfway through, so I don't know if you have shared that, but why are we not participating in IRS Direct, which is the
Right.
free
That-
tax filing system.
That was a strategic decision by our organization because as we did cover in the testimony, we were we were finishing the process of implementing a new system ourselves. And we didn't feel it was remotely feasible to also be connecting our processes to the IRS through File Direct system that they have. And that we're very pleased with the outcome of our new system implementation. And we're still stabilizing, which will take months. But we needed to finish that process. It was spent years working on, and it came to fruition in the fall of 2024. So it made no sense then to simultaneously take on another system process.
I would wager, and I may not be alone in this, based on the volume of residents that reach out to me asking about this system, that I don't think the word has gotten out about either the strategic decision about why or the CFOs and the city's own system. If you've got information that you're helping push out to residents around this, like please let me know. I would wager my colleagues are probably getting some of the same phone calls from residents as well, so we can try to help people know both what to expect, why to expect it, or what to look for.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about an issue that is certainly in Ward 6, but I think it impacts perhaps a few other places, but certainly is in Ward 6 around Capitol Hill. And that is, we have a large number of residential homes, residential properties that are used as commercial entities. These folks do not pay business taxes. They're not paying commercial taxes. They are tax cheats to the city. They're scofflaws, but they operate businesses wholly out of residential properties. I have been very frustrated with the Department of Buildings and many of the other executive agencies. They were told to stand down on investigating these abuses of the uses of these properties. CFO, of course, being independent. Is this something that the CFO's office is aware of? And is there a way to calculate the sheer amount of tax revenue that we're being cheated out of? These are residential homes, residential blocks, residential neighborhoods. And we have entire commercial enterprises that essentially no family lives there, no one lives there, but they are commercial uses and properties. But you pull them up on the tax code, they are paying just some of them even have a homestead deduction. They're paying residential property taxes.
tax.
Yeah.
Right. Understand. Mr. Richardson?
Good morning, Councilman Allen.
Morning.
What I think would be best if you and I could sit and talk, we would love to get the information on those residential addresses. We can send our agents out to do a search and review what is going on out there and start sending some kind of letters. Seems like there's a lot of non-filers, as you're saying, but we would be more than happy to work with you and get that information so we can go out and investigate.
Fantastic. Would love to follow up afterwards. We've got a list of dozens and dozens of addresses where this is taking place.
Great.
Okay. And it's the proximity to the Capitol. That's why they're drawn to it. But it is eroding residential blocks and taking otherwise available homes away from our housing stock, which I think has a effect that keeps on trickling out as well. I wanted to ask about how you're assessing, and again, if you touched on this in your testimony, I apologize, but how are you assessing the unemployment claims that are starting to come in? I talked with DOES just the other day, and while at the federal level, the firings and the loss of jobs, some individuals are still getting a paycheck, so we're not going to necessarily see that hit to the unemployment system quite yet. But the way it was described to me is give it about 4 weeks, and we'll start to see that really start to climb. How are you assessing what this incredible disruption, I would use harsher terms than that, from a financial standpoint, this disruption to the workforce is going to mean for our unemployment system, and then as we unfortunately went through just a few years ago, what that spike can mean to our overall system?
Right. As you know, our revenue forecast comes out at the end of the month that estimates the state of the economy for both nationally and regionally, as well as the district and its revenues. Probably one of the most challenging that I've experienced in my career of over 30 years in this business is estimating our economic and revenue expectations for the next 4 years, as we have to do for the financial plan. There are several initiatives or actions by our major employer, to be clear. The federal government represents 25% of our jobs here in the district. Some of the changes that we understand are occurring may help the economy of the district, while others will not. And what you're pointing out is one that is the actions to reduce the service force of federal government is clearly an area that will cause us to lose revenue one way or the other, directly and indirectly. Another area that we're concerned about is if there's choices to move headquarters or other operations out of the district or out of the region in total, that also has a reducing effect on the amount of employment. Offsetting that is the mandates that appear to be in place to have federal workers working in office 5 days a week. It's so to unwind each of those actions and executive orders, and then also not really understand the next steps in the reduction in force, this is a very difficult call. So I think what you're highlighting is our struggle of trying to measure all of these actions and make our best estimate of what their implications will mean. But to be very clear about your answer or your question, we don't have information about what is the next agency that is likely to lose employment or a reduction in force. So it's not possible for us to forecast by the end of the month, there'll be,
Yeah.
5,000 fewer jobs or
At the
something.
speed at which they seem to be firing people and wrecking things, by the time we get to the end of March, hopefully that picture is in better clarity for you. Do you have a sense yet of how many jobs have been lost thus far?
Not in the district. And Dr. Lee may have better information, but I don't believe so.
No, so far, I know the New York Times keep a tally, but even that might not be accurate. And we've been tracking that. As the CFO said, by the end of next week, we have to put out the forecast. And so we're doing our best in order to assess what this means and what the implications may be for the district over the longer term. But as of now, the closest we have is that New York Times tracking of what jobs have been lost.
Have we seen an increase in unemployment claims thus far?
So it has ticked up somewhat, and we're watching that. There's a weekly unemployment claims, and that's one of the things that we're watching as well. And I know in your question you asked about that and maybe on the impact on the unemployment insurance trust fund. For federal workers who are let go, there's an unemployment insurance claims program for federal workers in which we pay them out of the trust fund and they're reimbursed by the Department of Labor. So in the past, we've been reimbursed, so that's our expectation. For contractors, they would make a claim on the unemployment insurance trust fund, which we pay out of because employers in the district are required to pay a tax to support that. And so.
Thank you. And for your quarterly revenue estimate, what is the latest unemployment claims number that you would use to help figure that? Understanding there's a great deal of uncertainty that you're going to be having to deal with.
I don't have it on hand now. I think it comes out every Thursday, but as soon as I have that, I can get back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are we doing a second round, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie, and good morning, Mr. CFO, and to your team. It's an interesting conversation you're having there with Councilmember Allen, and I don't envy you in trying to find a forecast and prediction, especially when you have situations where, yes, a probationary person may have been fired, but there are folks who are just on administrative leave, still getting paid. So technically not eligible for unemployment, but told not to go into the office. Like there are a variety of different things. But I want to focus my questions this round on an upcoming season for you all, tax season. I know that you guys get excited about that. I don't know if the rest of us get excited about that, but nonetheless. there have been some interesting developments and or changes in terms of the IRS with regard to a hiring freeze, seasonal employees being for all the types of things. And so I just want to make sure that on the local side, we have staff who are prepared to answer the questions and things like that. So I wanted to ask about call volume. Do you all have a traditional call center, or is that something that is contracted out to a third party?
We have a traditional call center, and we do use a third-party vendor to help us out when the volumes are high.
Okay, so are we at the high volume time of year?
No, we're not right now. High volume time will probably start in the middle of March. For us, the perfect season is filing season and real property payments that are due in March.
Okay, so approximately how many individuals do you all have at the call center on in your non-peak season?
Well, we have 20 peak and non-peak that work for us.
Okay,
And then our vendor may have about 7 to 10 people that we would ask them to bring on board at the same time.
okay. How does the team monitor in terms of wait times and resolution of issues?
How do we, well, we use the data analytics that we have that comes through. So that's how we monitor the call volume.
Okay,
Call volume traditionally will start about 8:15 in the morning. It's kind of high then.
yeah, I'm trying to get it
So-
in before I go to work.
Yeah, so people are getting in. What we found also, kind of like corporate America, if you're on a call and we know it's going to be high, we will tell you, we can call you back if you push
Oh,
this
we have the
button.
callback feature.
Yes, we do.
Okay. In terms of call volume now, how does that compare to, say, 2020?
Call volume now compared to 2020 is light years different, very low compared to 2020.
Very low. Interesting. Okay. All right. So let me back up just a little bit. And I'm asking you these questions because we have other agencies who have been similarly positioned with a lot of their call center or complaint folks who have been working from home. And in the posture of working from home, they have seen increased wait times and increased other types of things as well. And in some cases, like the DC Housing Authority, they have brought their call center folks back to the office. And my understanding from the pre-hearing responses is that you all have been in a extended period of remote work posture due to a building refresh in your Southwest location? Is
Yes.
that accurate? Okay. Are you on 100% of, well, you have multiple locations beyond Southwest?
Yes, OCFO does. So our overall policy at the moment, and has been for several months and will be for a few more months, certainly, will be each of our senior managers and mid-level managers decide what kind of return to office policy they need. One of the key issues is that we have well over 900 people that are displaced from office space because of renovations.
Okay.
Now's not the time to think about changes other than allow our frontline managers and our senior managers make decisions about how best to get work done when there are hundreds of us who don't have a place to sit all the time. So
Okay.
that's an overwhelming concern for us right now, other than getting our work done, which we are successful at. But
Right. I'm just sort of thinking more of the public access piece. That's why I'm asking some of these
Right.
questions. What's the timeline for the Southwest project to be completed?
I don't know.
So you don't know when you're
Yeah,
getting back
we
into your
don't.
building?
Well, it depends on the floor or the part of the building. So Mr. Richardson.
So it's
may
two
know
different
further.
buildings, 1100 and 1101 4th Street.
Mhm.
So if you're dealing with text questions, my folks are there, our customer service right now. Even during construction, we do have a place for people to come in and see people.
Okay.
The call center folks can work from home. They do come in and rotate one day a week. They do come in the office as well.
Okay.
But what we have seen, even during the pandemic to now, call volumes have been very well with our staff, even being remote working. So we do monitor, we do quality assurance. We have the video hearings of everything. If there's an issue with a call,
Yep.
that we train them on as well.
How do we let folks know, folks as in constituents, taxpayers, et cetera, if they had an issue where they wanted to come in person to speak to someone, how would they know what hours someone might be available?
Our hours are posted on our website.
Okay, so those haven't changed. in
They
terms-
haven't changed. We've been open since 2021. So we have taken appointments during the pandemic
Okay,
to space things out, but people know we are open from 9 to 4, Monday through Friday.
okay. It would be nice to have a follow-up on when both buildings will be complete, just as,
Yeah, it's a rolling process, so there's already been some areas completed that we've moved into,
okay,
but we'd be happy to provide the information we've received from the executive for the next steps of their process to renovate these buildings and when they expect us to have. I know at a tactical level, our managers know
yep,
when they should be, have availability to new spaces, but it's not just limited to the Southwest. There's other areas as well.
yes. Let's talk about this building. How many staff work, of OCFO staff work here in the Wilson Building?
Less than 100 would be, less than 100. Our budget office and a large share of our attorneys are here.
Are they
so that
also
would
on
be-
a hybrid posture or a remote posture?
Yes.
Is your suite in the Wilson Building being refreshed?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
And I wish it would. I'm there every day, 6 days a week. But that's
I
all
wish
right.
certain portions of the Wilson Building would be. I'm just trying to, the building from the outside looks very large.
Mhm.
It's not very large when we sort of divide up
Yes.
various spaces. And we have growing parts of other agency offices in this building that makes it really difficult, right? I have, for instance, the council budget office, whose staff can't all come in on the same day because their suite is not large enough. So I'm looking around when I, take the stairs down to the ground floor, whose offices are always dark that I never see anyone? And do you actually need that space is the question. Not to kick you out, just trying to understand. If you guys were having construction on your floor, I first want to look around and see what type of carpet you guys are getting and, upgrades on the lighting, because the lighting in this building is not great. But I wanted to better understand.
So, council member, there are discussions, as you may or may not know, with council staff who govern the use of the building.
Okay.
And we are being aggressively cooperative with those discussions. So I'm not sure where the progress of those discussions that rests with council staff, but
Okay.
we are more than cooperative in solving the issue you described.
Okay. I wanted to ask one follow-up question with my last 45 seconds here. We're kind of in a weird posture, as is a lot of other jurisdictions, states, cities, et cetera, where we will be dealing with our budget process, presumably before our friends on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue ever pass anything. How will that work? Will we have to come back whenever they get their act? I'm trying to play out the various scenarios in my head because, March 14th is coming. In my head, it will be a continuing resolution because they don't have the votes to actually get something else done. But the definition of a continuing resolution is to keep the levels the same. Now, if they're keeping the levels the same, but Director Musk is slashing and dashing agencies, the money still exists. So I'm just curious how you all are thinking about that.
Well, I think our process, it's unclear what our process will
Okay.
need to be because we don't know what to react to. Some of the most extreme proposals, extreme in terms of changes to relationship between the federal government and state and local governments across the country, certainly would be a significant financial adjustment the district would have to address, no doubt, in which case we would take all the normal actions during any other kind of severe fiscal challenge to look at the budget. But we don't know. We don't know. It's part of the uncertainty that we were talking to Councilmember Allen about, is not only is our employment base changing to a certain degree, but we don't know what the final outlook is from the federal government and its relationship to state and local entities. So it's hard to speculate. We certainly are worried about the same calendar you are and what May and June could be.
Yep.
We're very worried about that. And to our ability, we will map that to the best we can to understand what we can all help you plan for. But it's so difficult to have
Yeah,
any.
we're all in uncharted territory. That was kind of
Yeah.
an unfair question, so I apologize.
No,
Thank you,
no.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. CFO, we received testimony from Erica Wadlington from the DC Building Industry Association that they are already in conversation with your office on expediting the tax classification process for properties converting from commercial to residential use, which has been a priority for the mayor and something that the council has supported through legislation. Specifically, when commercial buildings undergo conversion, there is inconsistency in how and when they are reclassified for tax purposes as a residential property with the associated reduction in tax rate, including that owners are required to obtain a certificate of occupancy before their tax classification can be updated. Is your office a part of those conversations as is suggested, and are you all working on any particular legislation to address this issue?
We're not working on legislation. I believe we had a conversation with building developers, and that was an issue they brought up. Clearly, we would be happy to review our processes related to the change of use of a facility from commercial to residential, let's say, and I think that's the primary issue. I would lean toward thinking that a lot of the steps and criteria for deciding when a property has changed its uses substantially enough for tax purposes is also codified. So we would be happy to work with council members to, if this is a major concern, to see what changes in law are necessary as well. But it's not an active analytical effort that we have underway. We do understand the concern. And relative to what's happening in the, certainly the larger scale office market, these issues could come up more frequently than.
But do you all have a position on the point they're making about the reclassification, the process, the certificate of occupancy, and the need to have one before the tax classification is changed? Do you all have a position on that, or?
That's our standard procedure. And Mr. Richardson, we don't change our taxes without that information,
Okay.
right? So, yeah, so it would be ourselves and other agencies that are making those determinations of the use of the building that would have to work together to
And
see
is
whether
there
there's
a potential fiscal impact, I guess, is the question
well,
that begs? If that
my
were to be a
sense is there
change.
would be.
Yeah.
And that's why property owners are mentioning this, because it's
And that's why I'm
ultimately
asking, just
reduce
so
their
we
taxability.
understand.
I'm sorry?
I said that's one of the reasons I'm asking, just so the implications are sort of, there's probably a lot to discuss around this issue, but I
Yes.
want to make sure that, along with the questioning, that you also have an opportunity to put that on the record, that there could be a potential
Yes.
fiscal impact.
Absolutely. If it speeds up the transfer of the use of the property to a lower tax bracket or a lower tax rate, there would be a fiscal impact.
Got it.
The issue would be trying to forecast
What
in the
it would be.
initial
Sure.
phase, how many buildings would come under that change.
I'm going to stay on the line of just asking some questions from some of the public witnesses who testified.
Sure.
For the third year in a row, Renee T. submitted written testimony with ongoing concerns that qualifying co-ops are not receiving their tax benefits, such as the homestead deduction, trash credit, and senior citizen disabled tax benefits. Renee T. uploaded a data extract which shows that nearly half of co-ops are not receiving homestead deductions, and over half of those are in wards 7 and 8. Last year, your office said that they would look into why 153 co-ops did not respond to OCFO's reconfirmation package. Did you all have an opportunity to determine why though that number of co-ops did not respond? And are you concerned with the continued high non-response rate in Ward 7 and 8?
Mr. Richardson can answer the question. We have looked into this.
So to follow up with your question, we've met with Mr. Renee last year and this year. And again, this year, as we've done in the past, we continue to have biannual webinar meetings in regard to co-op groups. We continue to discuss the billing deadlines, guiding information on required certification they have to do every year for homestead, senior, trash credits. And so we've been continuing to send information out to all the co-ops in the district to attend these biannual webinars that we do. Again, we cannot make them come to the meetings and attend. So everything that has been asked upon us, we continue to do outreach with these organizations. We do know of 3 organizations that have changed their management teams. So when they change their management teams, they have to update us on who the new contact people are. They may not be in the district. They could be in Atlanta. So we don't know. So we asked them to share that information with us as well.
Do you know if those 3 who've changed their management teams recently are actually receiving those benefits that Renee T outlined?
I don't know if they're receiving them. I know one has been late in getting information to us, so we're working with them. The 2 others I'm not sure about. But again, we're working with those groups. So we continue to work and reach out to them. And we hope that they will always continue to send us information. We keep a track of the different co-ops, the certification process, what they've done, even the tax trash credit. We know which ones are receiving a tax credit or not. And again, the tax credit's only $133 this year based on the CPI.
What is it?
It's $133. So some of them may not even want to fill out the form for it. I can't answer that for you.
Do you know what percentage are, do you all have that information, that data that could be extracted to understand specifically across the city which co-ops are getting which credits?
We already know that. We have each co-op and we keep a track of all the credits they're receiving.
Got it. This might be a difficult question for you to answer, but I'm curious as to how the co-ops, and they may have attorneys responding on their behalf, but maybe this is the offline conversation. I really would like to sort of peel back the layers to understand why certain co-ops are not availing themselves. You raised a good point about the trash credit, not to suggest that it is marginal, but relative to everything else they may be paying or other priorities, maybe it sort of gets pushed down in terms of what their priorities are. But the fact that over half of the 153 co-ops, is that accurate? Are in 7 and 8, the ones that are?
I can't tell off the top of my head. I don't know the accurate number.
Do you all have visibility into that? Something you can break down to parse
We have
where they are?
all the information on the co-ops on all the different wards in the district.
Can you provide us to the committee based on ward?
Sure.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it. Just shifting to a couple questions about the ACFR. We spoke about the higher collection rate of real property taxes in tax year 2024 as compared to prior years, and how even a small percentage change in compliance is worth tens of millions of dollars. Was the office able to determine why there was a higher collection rate of real property taxes than in prior tax years?
No, simply.
Okay.
I've been trying to estimate this factor in various jobs for years and years. And typically compliance can be correlated with household income.
Mm-hmm.
You have a strong household income or building profitability. You have relatively more on-time payments or people catching up from prior year. But it seems to be, to use a financial term, a bit of a random walk, that even that correlation isn't very strong.
Mhm.
So through our forecasting processes that Dr. Lee can describe to you, we effectively look at an average of compliance for property tax and
Is it safe to based on the response you just provided, is it safe to assume that noncompliance typically has a correlation to lower income taxpayers?
No, not at all. What I mean by household income, I mean it's economic growth. If overall property owners, whether they're building owners, commercial building owners, or individual households that own their own property, if they're doing relatively better, the economy's booming and whatnot, you tend to have a higher compliance rate. I just want to be real clear with that.
Well, I appreciate you
yeah.
clarifying it.
Right.
So who are typically the taxpayers who don't comply? Is there is there any correlation or any way to identify them? Okay. Let me ask, in terms of appeals, is there anything that jumps out at you in terms of similarities with tax appeals, residential tax appeals? Is there any correlation to household income or anything like that?
I don't believe so. I don't know if Mr. Richardson, who manages our first level of appeal process, has a
I
sense of
couldn't
that.
quantify that for you based on income levels.
Okay. Have you seen any trends in residential appeals this tax season or whatever the most recent data you have?
From
or
last
down?
year, about the same numbers, nothing
Okay.
different,
And on the commercial appeal side,
about the same.
are the same? Got it. All right, I'm over my time. I'm going to turn to Councilman Rowland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. CFO, I was going to spend a minute kind of moving over to one of our favorite topics that you and I have worked a lot on together, and that is WMATA and our metro system. And the CFO plays a serious and significant role because we look to you to help us really dig into those numbers. And I think we know the district and the entire region has a vested interest in making sure that our WMATA system is strong and funded. And we have been part of a couple of years now effort of trying to address the serious financial gaps that they have, both on their operating and on their capital side. I know in the past, we have struggled at times to make sure that all parties are at the table and sharing the information that we need to be able to have honest assessments. It feels like that has improved over this last year. I wanted to just get a check from you. Do you feel like, as the CFO, that frankly, it's not just DC, but I think the whole region kind of looks to our CFO to be able to check the numbers. Do you feel like you have been able to gain access and work in the right way with WMATA on the finances? Or are there any gaps you want to identify?
In general, the staff is cooperative, and certainly in the last month or so, they've provided detailed responses to their operating budget. We had, as a group of staff from the district, including my staff, had a series of questions about the current operating budget, and we received answers to our questions, so we hope to provide briefings to the council later on our view of the current operating budget proposal. The real key issue right now is the fiscal cliff that WMATA faces for capital spending. And in order to really understand the order of magnitude of the cliff, not only within WMATA, but for all of us partners, is to understand in a fair amount of accuracy their 20-year capital plan. And certainly, forecasting capital needs over 20 years is difficult. There's a lot of inflation that you don't know or don't know how to plan for. But even understanding the types of systems that are being rebuilt or improved or just repaired over certain time periods is really essential for all three partners, Maryland, Virginia, and ourselves, to understand how to approach the capital cliff that they're facing. And to be clear about what the capital cliff is, back in the 2010s, the three jurisdictions working with WMATA came up with a resolution to provide additional resources from the jurisdictions to pay for capital improvements. From all measures, that was a very successful effort. The three jurisdictions provide WMATA with roughly $500 million a year. WMATA has used that to borrow, selling bonds and using the $500 million as debt service to then spend on dramatic improvements to the system or repairs to the system. And as a non-engineer, I can understand at least that that has been very successful. However, by 2028, that $500 million roughly will be fully committed to debt service for the following 20 years or so, which means there's no capacity for to use that money to continue to maintain the system. And so there's been some very high-level estimates of what WMATA needs moving forward. I think it would serve all jurisdictions well to really understand in more detail, year by year or collection of years, like 3 years from now, 6, 8, 12, and so forth, what their needs are, what programs they will be repairing, what systems they would be repairing, so we understand in more detail over time what the nature of that cliff looks like.
I didn't want to cut you off there because you're doing a great job of explaining. I think for those of us that are in those meetings pretty regularly, we're deep in it. So it's helpful to kind of frame it up for everybody and for the public that's watching. So thank you for kind of helping give the quick version of what the challenge is coming. Because I think on the operating side, has WMATA shared with you, have you seen their mid-year assessment on their operating budget?
I believe so. I believe my staff has received it and supplemental answers to questions we had about that. I believe that's true. Yes.
Okay, good. Because on the operating side, I think what WMATA is going to be showing is some good news, frankly. We're going to be showing that WMATA is having increasing revenue. They're managing their operating costs better. I think that's
very
the product,
successful.
I think that's the product of a lot of hard work. Certainly, WMATA has taken steps that we wanted them to take, and they've been doing that. I think that's a collaboration across the whole region. My concern is the good news coming out of seeing better projections and better actualization of that funding on the operating side is going to mask a bit of this capital cliff that we're facing, because we're all going to feel really good about the fact that the operating budget's in stronger position. And in the same way that I cautioned against too much of a preventive maintenance swap, it's just kind of kicking the can down, and we end up paying more for it. And that's a bit of my fear as we head into it. At this point then, as we head into the FY26 budget process on the operating side, how is your assessment of where the operating funding gap is of the district share of what we put in? We obviously made a significant investment last year. As you're preparing the FY26 budget, I guess my question is this, are you assuming that the district is putting in the same amount as we had put in FY25, or in your assessment for the FY26 budget, because at least at the time we'd written a letter saying it was just a 1-year commitment. Are you pulling that back because there's a letter that says it was a 1-year commitment?
I understand it was a 1-year commitment in the letter. However, the financial plan that you adopted did provide for those resources to be in the out years as well. And so we've balanced to that commitment. In addition, every year there's an expectation to provide a little bit more, 2 to 3%, I believe 3%. That needs to be in the budget in order to maintain our commitment as our district, as our two colleague entities, Maryland and Virginia, are doing as well. The third piece to this is that WMATA has used fund balance on a one-time basis and spent the fund balance to make up part of the gap for the current fiscal year. They're saying that that creates then a gap moving forward. Our share of that gap is roughly $30 to $50 million, I think 30 to 40 million. I can check that to be sure, but I think that's the order of magnitude. So that'll be a choice that the mayor and the council can make with their budget as to whether or not the district provides that additional resource as well. That is outside of the financial plan process.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the other funding, it kind of gets back to a little bit of our uncertainty around what's happening at the federal level right now. There's a significant amount of funding to WMATA that comes through federal formula and PREA funding. have we seen, or are you seeing any freezing of those federal dollars that we would expect or otherwise had planned will be going to WMATA? Or is that a giant question mark and uncertainty where it's hanging over us
I can
right now?
say with certainty that I'm unaware of, as of this morning, that there's any issues with reimbursements associated with those grants and other supplements to either some of our capital spending or WMATA's. As of today, I'm not aware of that. However, we have seen changes in policy about reimbursements that can be announced
out
as they're
something
being
afterwards?
executed. And so I just want to be perfectly
Yeah.
clear about that.
No, I do not. I'm very deeply sympathetic to you and your team having to manage this much uncertainty and then having us to fund a budget and a financial plan based off of that much uncertainty. It's a very difficult proposition. With our remaining time, I just wanted to see from the standpoint of, you talked about the return to work and the potential positive economic impacts. WMATA has been seeing and documenting, growing ridership, but it's certainly well before this mandate. So the ridership has been continuing to grow on bus and rail. As somebody who rides the metro almost every day, I have not, frankly, seen a just all of a sudden cataclysmic change with a return to work mandate. I've seen some full trains, but my ride feels like it's just constantly steady and growing. Has your data shown any huge and significant shift in terms of metro ridership or other indicators from a return to work mandate?
No, we have not. But I think you're bringing up a larger important question, and that is for federal employees who had the option for hybrid work, how much were they coming into the office? If it's 2 or 3 days, as many of us, that's more or less the industry standard for office workers. Another 2 days would not create a substantial change in ridership information or other utilization of office space. And certainly we've not seen changes in office space use that's substantial.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I know a lot more work is going to be happening in the weeks and months ahead. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you I'm going to step out and go to a different hearing at this point. So thank you to Mr. CFO and to the whole team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I want to ask a couple questions about sports wagering. As you can imagine, I've continued to monitor the sports wagering returns. And at this rate, it appears that we have exceeded the CFO's fiscal impact statement or sort of projections with respect to the changes that were made in the law last year. I think we had some information that your office provided in terms of the fiscal impact in April of 2024. But could you confirm, though, that so far the returns that we've seen have exceeded those projections?
Dr. Lee monitors this very closely, so he can answer.
Good morning again, Chairman.
If you could just state your name for the record. So we know.
My name is Fitzroy Lee, Deputy CFO and Chief Economist at the Office of Revenue Analysis. So just one point of clarification. In terms of the 6 million referred to in your question, that was the amount with respect to the estimate we made on the FIS or the Child Wealth Trust Fund estimate. There was an additional 2.8 million outside of that. So overall, our estimate for sports wagering was about 9.1 million.
What's the 2.84?
That's the estimate of sports wagering outside of what was related to the impact that we had for the child wealth building. So overall, it was more than the 6.5 million.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
So to answer your question, so far we have not exceeded that 9.1 million that we estimated for the overall sports wagering. It's running now at about.
Well, let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. I'm looking at the document that was provided that says 6.5 in FY25, 6.6 in FY26. That's the revenue impact for what exactly?
So you had a bill as to the child wealth building fund.
Mhm.
And sports wagering estimate was related, that we gave you on that bill was related to that. But what I'm saying is that our overall estimate outside of the fiscal impact statement for that particular bill was 9.1 million overall.
Did y'all share that document with a 9 point?
The 9 point, so as you know, we do forecasts generally for what revenue we expect from various sources. So what I'm saying to you is that that forecast that we had in that bill was related to the child well, that specific bill. But our overall forecast for sports wagering outside of that bill was 9.1 million.
So are you saying that the $6 million referencing this was related to the Child Wealth Building Act?
It was a bill, it's to dedicate to the child wealth trust fund, the baby, what is known as baby bonds. That's what that estimate is.
So that was the amount that would have gone to the Child Wealth
Right.
Building Act as
Exactly.
opposed to the entirety of 9
Of
million?
sports wagering, that's right.
So give us the numbers on where things are now in terms
Right.
of what's.
So that's what I was getting. So overall, we were estimating 9.11 million in total from sports wagering.
Do we have anything though that has that estimate that you just mentioned? Is there any?
I mean, we can give you our forecast that we made at that time, the overall forecast. That's each quarter we make a forecast of all the revenue, including sports wagering. So that's what I am referring to.
But the estimate you gave us didn't mention the overall 9 million. It just specifically talked about
The estimate you're referring
for
to in
child
that
wealth
bill
building.
was the amount dedicated to that particular program.
Okay, was that? Okay, I'll try to go back and look to
Right.
see what the actual inquiry we made was, just so I understand
Right.
the information that you provided, why I wouldn't have included the entirety of the 9 million if that was the
Right.
whole, the amount of the forecast. But go ahead, if you could.
But in any case, what you're saying, it has not exceeded it yet, but in our next updated forecast, we're going to show sports wagering that is on track to exceed what we had in that estimate.
Okay,
So in that respect, you're right, that we're running ahead of whatever the estimate we made, even the 9.1 million.
okay,
And to go to your question in terms of the assumption, at the time we were making that forecast, what we based it on was what the per capita handle was
Mhm.
for Maryland and Virginia, which are the nearest jurisdictions that
Okay.
we had, which were about the same. It was about $600 per capita. Now, what we're seeing is that so far, what we're getting in terms of sports wagering is running about 2 times that.
got it.
So we're expecting that to exceed. We also made an estimate on how much the hold was, about 8%.
Mhm.
We're running above that. So to answer your question, we will be revising that estimate in our next forecast to reflect what we know so far in terms of, the contributions from sports wagering.
And the next forecast is going to be released.
Next week, Friday.
On the
Next week,
28th.
Friday.
What's the date?
February 28th.
8th?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you for that. While I'm on that question, before I move on, it just something occurred to me about your all's role, because we have OLG who's going to be testifying next. But in terms of the actual lottery and the procurement, it is your office and not OLG, or your office on behalf of OLG? Is that how that works?
That is correct. They are effectively a component unit of our organization, so we weigh in heavily and manage the processes for all of our units.
Okay. And you all have independent procurement authority, right?
We do,
Okay.
yes.
There is an existing RFP for the lottery, correct?
There is.
Okay, and I'm not
We're in
going to
that
get into
process,
the, actually
right.
get into the details of
Right.
any existing
Yeah.
RFPs. But I am, because I had planned to ask the question of OLG, then it just occurred to me that they don't actually handle the procurements.
They administer that process using our rules. They work very closely, so they would be the experts that could answer
On the
your
procurement?
questions. Yes.
So let me ask a different question, just so I know how to approach this
Mhm.
in my oversight of OLG. There was a settlement announced recently by the Attorney General's office. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with the announcement.
Okay. So in terms of the actual existing procurement,
Mhm.
does your office have any role in what, if any, consequences or decisions will be made with regard to the entities that were a part of the settlement, who are the existing contractors?
Yes. As of today, the Attorney General has chosen not to share the settlement or the issues with us. So we are not able to change or address concerns that were raised. And so we're happy to continue on with our RFP process and administer.
I'm sorry, I was just asking my staff, I don't mean to interrupt, but you said that they have chosen not to share the settlement?
That is correct.
I thought it was a public document that they posted. The settlement agreement?
No, not the agreement. Yeah, we have not seen it. And they're choosing not to share it with us, which is,
Where'd you get this from? It's on the OAG's website. I have the settlement with me here that I've reviewed that is signed by Attorney General Brian Schwab, Richard Bateson, CEO of Intralot, Ron Machin, counsel to Intralot, and then I have a settlement here, publicly available, signed by Attorney General Brian Schwab on behalf of the District of Columbia, James Graham Lake, he's another Office of the Attorney General
sure.
employee, and then the CFO for Veteran Services Corporation, whose name I cannot pronounce.
We have been engaged with OAG asking for the settlement, so I cannot speak to that. Cannot speak to that. So we now have apparently details that's publicly available, but not made available to us, and we will understand whether we will evaluate to determine whether or not there's a material deficiency in how we're administering this. And we will take it very seriously, make no doubt. But
Yeah, I mean,
we've had conversations and
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand like what your
I can't
all's
speak to
office's
that.
role is and what the expectation is of OLG and how you all work together on this particular procurement. Let me just say, paragraph 6 of both of the settlements, I will read. It says, the district alleges that Intralot and VSC, Veteran Services Corporation, knowingly made, used, and caused to be made or used false records and statements material to false or fraudulent claims to the district government, including A, the subcontracting plan that Intralot submitted to OLG, B, vendor verification forms and quarterly reports that Intralot submitted to the Department of Small and Local Business Development, and C, statements and correspondence with district government agencies. So this is one of the allegations. Now, to be clear, it also says that Intralot denies the district's allegations. And so they're not admitting wrongdoing in this settlement agreement, but
that
they
is,
did,
yes,
go ahead.
that's our understanding.
Okay.
They made a public statement that they denied wrongdoing, but felt, if I can paraphrase correctly, that it was in their interest to move forward.
Right,
So-
and so this is also publicly available, but the settlement amount requires Intralot to pay $5 million. And it requires the other settlement with Veteran Services Corporation requires them to pay, just make sure I'm stating what's in this document. $1.5 million. And you are aware of that. That's publicly available information. So in terms of just like the process for you all is really what I'm trying to get at.
Mhm.
How does that get factored into a procurement, a subsequent procurement?
I really believe that the OLG staff can explain,
Okay. all right.
because ultimately, that's who I'm delegating will make the decision for the RFP.
Got it.
And so they need to understand what those issues are and others, whatever's their issues that are happening in the industry right
So
now.
which, is it OCFO or OLG who, if warranted, would exercise any authority with respect to the allegations or any
Oh.
type of inquiry with respect to the allegations contained in the settlement agreement, even if not conceded by the entities?
OLG has the responsibility to manage the RFP and the relationship with the vendor.
Got it. Okay. Okay, and so just to be clear, OLG will be handling, and is handling, it sounds like, the existing RFP process. And then you're answering in an affirmative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in terms of the existing contract for the lottery,
Mhm.
that is also managed by OLG, or is that managed by your office?
They manage the everyday relationship and with our vendor and ensuring that the vendor meets our standards and complies with the contract.
Who actually signs the contract then? Who signed the contract?
Our OCFO's contract officer signs it, but they're the program manager.
Mhm.
They have to make sure that the vendor is complying, and that would be true for one of my deputies here who has a responsibility, let's say, over an IT system. While we would sign the contract,
I got you. Let me just
they
make
would
sure that I'm
manage
not trying
the
to
relationship. No, I
play
appreciate
after anything.
that.
I'm just trying to
Nope.
make sure I understand, because what's
That's
clear is, what I'm working from at least, is what's in the settlement agreement, acknowledging what I already said, that they deny the covered conduct is the technical term that's included in here. Really troubling allegations included in the covered conduct. And so I guess the question is, whose job is it to determine whether there's anything more to these allegations in the covered conduct beyond the settlement agreement and the money that's being
Sure.
agreed to here?
Sure.
Is it OCFO or is it OLG or both?
Well, both of us are ultimately
Okay.
responsible. And to be clear, we need to go through that in fine detail to understand really the implications.
Got it.
Until we do, I can't
Okay.
answer any
All right,
further
and so
questions.
you all will do that?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, and then
Yes.
there's existing procurement, not asking about any details of RFP, but when, is there like a date that it closes?
The RFP,
Yeah,
I don't know. Please ask the OLG folks. They're monitoring and managing the RFP process day to day. So
Got it.
they can provide you the detail
okay,
there.
all right, appreciate it. I totally deviated from my staff's prepared questions, but it just occurred to me to ask about that while I had you all up here. Let me ask a question about clean hands. As you know, the committee has been working to reform, and I've really prioritized reforming our district's clean hands law for several years. And we understand that for clean hands determinations, the OCFO and OTR are looking specifically at tax-related debts and debts owed to the Department of Employment Services. And I think there were some questions that came up last year, maybe on budget oversight or performance oversight. I can't remember. but I do remember having a discussion about it. Your office in 2024 advised the committee that it is the practice of the OCFO and OTR to not include any DMV-related deaths, such as traffic or parking tickets, when the OCFO is making a clean hands certificate determination. Is that still accurate?
Yeah, we haven't changed from that.
Okay. Okay, and this may fall on us, but it seems like the underlying language in the DC code needs to be updated to catch up and to conform with the practices that you all just articulated. Given our understanding that DMV-related debts are not included in determinations, would there be much or any of a fiscal impact to the district if the DC code is updated to be consistent with the government practice of not basing clean hands determinations on DMV debts?
Repeat your question again,
Sure,
please.
sure. It was a little convoluted, so I'll repeat it. Based on the response you just gave, where you all don't factor in DMV-related debts, would there be much, if any, fiscal impact to the city if the DC code is updated to be consistent with that practice of not including clean hands determinations, not including in that determination DMV debts?
We'll have to get back to you with that.
Okay, all right. Do you all understand the question that I'm asking now?
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate if you all can follow up with a response on that. Ex officio member of the Tax Revision Commission, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so just wanted to get your thoughts on what your understanding of the current status of that work and whether any sort of final report is going to be issued to the mayor and the council.
I don't know if a final report will be issued. I understand one was being crafted. I don't know its final status. As you probably know, the group was disbanded at the end of
Yeah.
the fiscal year, and the staff is still doing a little bit of work.
Okay.
So I assume it's compiling a final statement.
Okay. You talked about this in your testimony, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I know last year the DIF system was the subject of a good portion of the committee's oversight with OCFO. I know you all put a lot of work into there. Just in terms of any brief final updates in terms of the system, is the budget module completed? If not, what's your office using for the fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan process?
We've developed a system we affectionately call the IBA, interim budget system or application. Yeah. So we have an adequate workaround. Quite honestly, we needed to stabilize diffs before we then built out the budget module of that. We're now feeling that we're stable enough. We have many, many improvements that we still need to make on diffs, and we highlighted some of those, and that's an evolving process. That'll be years before you feel like you've fully implemented the system and you're at a stable point. But the budget module now is being developed, and we look forward to seeing it available for the next budget process.
Okay.
Not the upcoming one a year from now.
Got it. In the office's pre-hearing responses to the committee, it indicated that OCFO is under a partial hiring freeze, and I know this is something that we talked about and you all reported on in fiscal year 2024. Is this the same hiring freeze that you previously had, or is this a new hiring freeze?
My understanding is our budget was effectively permanently reduced coming into the budget process for fiscal year '24. And effectively, the way to manage that is through higher vacancy rates than we normally would have, than probably the market would allow, the employment market. The reality is because we operate several financial systems, IT systems, we have to pay the bills to have the right contracts in place for cloud services, security, and so forth. So there's a lot of expenditures there that as those costs go up, we have to cover them. And so we're in a posture now of having a very tight control over hiring and in order to be able to make our budget balance.
Okay. Got it. You talked a little bit about this, but what's your office's current remote work policy? I don't know if there's been any changes to it.
No material change. We first of all have our frontline managers decide what they need. So for public-facing positions or logistics where hybrid is not a valid option, we have near 5-day-a-week in-office responsibilities. Where hybrid is an option, our data are indicating that we're more or less standard to the financial and IT industry of 2 to 3 days per week in office, 2 days remotely. Of course, that is varying with the fact that there's so many folks displaced right now because of office renovations. So for now, we're comfortable with that posture. We will evaluate it once we know our final footprint and are adapted to it. But right now, this is our position, and it is working for us.
And just to be clear, I don't know if you all answered these. I think it may have been Councilmember Henderson who asked a couple of questions, but how many of your staff are impacted by the office refresh? Because I think those staff
Over 950.
Okay. And how many do you have total?
We have a little over 1,700, including lottery staff.
So approximately 950
Yeah.
are 100% remote currently?
No, not it. The improvements are happening in a staged way. So some folks are, I think everyone is out of buildings that are now being renovated, but we're having people now come back in. So at any particular time, the number of people affected will change because as buildings become open, then we can.
Gotcha. Is there a portion though of the workforce in your office that are 100% remote because of the refresh?
I think there are some. No. Yeah, there are some. Yes.
Okay.
And Controller's office, for example, but that's changed. There's been other groups that have been 100% that are now not because the renovations are complete.
Oh, so the renovations are complete?
Some.
Okay.
It's, as I said, it's a rolling process. So
when do you all expect to have all the renovations completed? Do you have a date? I'm sure there's
I don't.
a date.
December.
Our staff understand it to be December of '25.
December of this year, so later this, or at the end of this year. Got it.
As you know, we don't control the work. It's managed by the executive.
Sure.
And so we're just notified and react to it.
Okay. And then just to be clear, I think you mentioned, so last year we talked about this a little bit. Is the policy that there's a minimum office requirement of no less than 1 day per pay period in the office? Or are there some staffers who in a 2-week period are only required to be in the office 1 day?
Well, it's hard to disentangle the reality of hundreds of our staff being affected by office renovations.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. I appreciate that.
Right.
I appreciate it. And you don't control the renovations. I get it. I guess I'm trying to really just discern is the 1 day in office per pay period completely attributable to the renovations, or is that policy notwithstanding the employees who are impacted
Yeah,
by the
I
renovations?
understand that that was the COVID policy we have. I believe it's still our minimum, but I think there's very, very few staff, other than those who have been displaced, that are following
Are
that.
there any plans to change that minimum, given how far we are removed?
We
from-
will evaluate our staffing plans when our renovations are complete. It makes no sense to do this right now because at any particular time, different groups are displaced. So the fact that we have the capacity to do a lot of our work remotely is actually saving the district a lot of money because we don't need to be housed while renovation is happening.
So are the offices, spaces condensed while the renovations are happening? How would that be saving us money if we have the same amount of space just?
We don't have to rent additional space for a temporary period for our staff to be in an office.
Got it. So while the renovations are occurring, you have limited, certain staff not in the office.
That is correct.
In other words, you're not paying
right.
for them to be in the
And-
office. in
and
temporary
I-
spaces.
Wasn't here 10 years ago, but if the same renovations were happening, I'm sure the district would be spending money on temporary space.
So, but is it safe to assume then, though, if approximately 950 of your 1,700 plus staff are impacted by the renovations, that the staff that are not impacted by the renovations are in the office more than 1 day per pay period?
Oh, the vast majority. I'd be surprised if there are not. And appreciate we're delegating these decisions to our frontline managers to work with the groups to the best of their, serve their purposes.
I get it, but I'm
It's-
just.
Yeah, so that bottom line standard is, I expect it to be extremely rare.
But if there is approximately 800 staff that are not impacted
Right.
by the renovations, and it's 2005 and we are years removed from COVID, why then need there be a 1 day or no less than one in-office day per pay period policy still in place?
Yeah, I would like to wait to make policy adjustments until our space is sorted out. And because I would just like to know the full reality of employment markets and whatnot, our needs, the functionality of the space we have before we make large-scale changes. There's no doubt in my mind that if building renovation was not an issue, we would be revisiting this issue much sooner. So appreciate the position I'm in. I want to
Sure.
understand what our footprint is, how we adapt to it, have everyone back in the office understand what the markets look like, the employment markets at that point in time, and then we'll have
So-
a discussion.
When do you start that process? Given that the expectation is that the renovations, and they may or may
Right.
not be finished in December 2025. We know how
Right.
renovations will go. But
Yep.
like, for you all, like, when do you in earnest start that process? Sounds like you
As
haven't
it
started.
becomes clearer when the completion date is, we'll have those conversations and begin examining these policies.
Okay, I mean,
So I'm sympathetic to your point, but I appreciate
Okay.
that I need to know all the factors before we can start making significant policy changes. Right.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm going to move on at this point. Does the office have any pending lawsuits?
I believe we provided a list of lawsuits. We did that? That's right. So for lawsuits and some personnel issues, I apologize. I misspoke. So we did not. And we'd be happy to brief you about legal matters personally.
So, but why can't you provide in writing to us a list of, are the lawsuits not public? Are they sealed? Why can't you provide those responses in writing?
It's.
I'm not asking you to
yeah,
disclose
right.
anything that would compromise or risk an open investigation or in any way do anything that would undermine your position in any litigation. I'm just trying to get public, rather than any lawsuits.
So I think there's confusion with my staff right now in terms of what we provided. I thought we had provided a list, so I would appreciate a little space to sort this out. I agree with your question,
Okay,
by
all
the
right.
way.
All right.
And as you can imagine, there's also tax litigation that's public. So
No, I mean, again,
let's sort that.
not asking you to compromise it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
Okay,
that.
all right.
All right.
Thank you. So we'll
You
look
bet.
for that and follow up. This is a question we've asked of all the agencies that
Mhm.
appear before the committee.
course.
Does the office have a primary and secondary sexual harassment officer? And has the department received any complaints of sexual harassment in fiscal year 2024 and or fiscal year 2025 to date?
I'll answer the first question. The answer is yes, and I know I saw in answers that we provided names and contacts.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And the second part is, have you all received any complaints of sexual harassment in fiscal year 2024 or fiscal year 2025 to date?
Good morning, Councilmember
Good morning.
Duffy. My name is Angel Jacobs. I'm the Deputy CFO and Chief of Staff. I don't believe that the allegations that we had were of a sexual harassment specifically. There were 2 allegations, I believe, of professional misconduct. And those were the ones that we referenced in our responses.
Okay. And just to be clear, you did provide a response, and it says there are 2 in fiscal year 2024, so none in 2025 to date.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Thank you. What is your CBED's, what was the goal for 2024? I don't know if you all had a chance to do the reconciliation yet, but if you could talk.
No, it's not complete.
Okay.
I believe our goal was 16%. And we exceeded that in fiscal year '23. So we expect to do that well in
Okay.
fiscal year '24, but the data is still not complete.
Okay, and do you all have a goal for 25 yet?
16.7, almost 17%.
Got it.
And we will comply.
Okay, thank you. I appreciated that you all provided a response, I think, to a question we asked. I don't remember what the question was, but yeah, any expectation of like any legislation forthcoming, and you all referenced some of the challenges with the implementation of the Child Wealth Building Act, also known as baby bonds.
Mhm.
Where does that stand, and is there any solution that you all can help the committee formulate to address the HIPAA concerns that you all have raised?
Yes, as you are mentioning, the core issue is the HIPAA concerns and finding a vendor who can manage the trust, if you will. I use that term in a long, non-legal way,
Sure.
but manage the resources and the benefits that could be HIPAA compliant. And that's proving to be a very difficult task. So there's an opportunity for a dialogue with you and your team to think about other approaches to the model design for this program that may avoid the HIPAA problems that we are finding we have now.
So, I mean, we obviously want to avoid the HIPAA problems, but we also want to avoid the potential to have every budget cycle, the threat that the funds will be used for some other budget priority. So, so really having those funds be segregated in a way that is more like funds for pensions and other things is what we would like. And so we would like to be able to work with you all on that. Is that something that you all can commit to trying to work with us on that?
Of course.
All right, I'm gonna leave it there for now. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add to the record before we go on to the next agency?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. The next agency we're going to hear from is the Office of Lottery and Gaming, or OLG. OLG regulates the sale of gaming products and charitable gaming activities in the District of Columbia. OLG, over its history, has awarded more than $3 billion in prizes and transferred more than $2 billion to the district's general fund, which supports essential services. It has also helped raise more than $134 million for nonprofits through the licensing of charitable gaming activities in the district. They are also in charge of oversight and regulation of sports betting within the district. With that, I'm going to call up the representatives of the Office of Lottery and Gaming. And if you all don't mind, I'm going to ask whoever is going to be testifying to raise their right hands before they're seated so I can swear you all in at once. Do you each swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you each very much. I appreciate it. Good morning to you all. Be seated. And whenever you all settled in, you begin your testimony. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Eugene Vlasenko, Interim Executive Director of the Office of Lottery and Gaming, OLG. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony on OLG's performance for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. I am presenting a concise version of the recorded and filed testimony. Joining me today are my colleagues, Ridgely Bennett, Chief Counsel for OLG, Jafar Husseini, Agency Accounting Officer, Peter Alvarado, Interim Chief Operating Officer, and Luis Randall, Interim Director of Regulation and Oversight. OLG serves two primary functions. It operates the lottery and regulates sports wagering, charitable gaming, and games of skill. Our mission is to responsibly maximize revenue generation for the District of Columbia through sales of innovative lottery products while ensuring gaming regulation and oversight that upholds the highest standards of integrity and public trust. The two key performance indicators, KPIs, we focused on our sales and transfer to the general fund. In fiscal year 2024, total sales exceeded $300 million for the first time, reaching $324 million. The primary driver of growth was online sports wagering, which fiscal year 2024 sales reaching $118.6 million, an increase of $50.2 million compared to fiscal year 2023. In fiscal year 2024, OLG transferred $39.4 million, marking a $5.9 million or 17.6% increase from fiscal year 2023. The increase was largely driven by sports wagering revenue, particularly from OLG's 40% share of gross gaming revenue, GGR, generated by FanDuel's district-operated sports wagering. The GGR from our biggest game, DC4, increased by 4.73% in fiscal year 2024, from $19.3 million to $20.2 million. The positive change happened for the first time in the last several years. For Q1 of fiscal year 2025, the transfer totaled $11.3 million, representing 34.6% of the annual target of $32.2 million. The transfer was 38% higher than the quarterly target of $8.13 million for fiscal year 2025. While some areas showed growth in fiscal year 2024, There were also declines in certain lottery sales. Specifically, lottery sales dropped by 7.1%, mainly due to 9.3% increase in DC numbers games and 25.1% decline in jackpot games, which mirrors national trends. Sales of scratchers also fell by 3.3%. On the positive side, e-instants and iLottery sales both increased, with the e-instant growing by 11.1%. Additionally, for the first time in recent years, the decline of DC4, a key contributor to the general fund transfer, was reversed in Q1 of fiscal year 2025, with a 1% increase in sales compared to Q1 2024. Instant ticket sales, printed plus terminal-based, also rose by 2%, which is significant, as these two categories accounted for 46% of total sales in Q1 of fiscal year 2025. Overall, our success lies in our ability to deliver a first-class lottery program that stands out with a variety of innovative games, exciting promotions, and accessible locations designed to meet the needs of our players. In fiscal year 2024 and continuing into fiscal year 25, we launched a new instant game every 2 weeks and added several new game development studios to offer players a greater variety of games, designs, and mechanics. Our goal is to launch 3 new games each month to keep players engaged. Each month, OLG launches 3 new instant tickets, scratchers, all united under the new marketing umbrella of First Wednesday. And in fiscal year 2025, OLG will launch its first ever $50 instant ticket game. In fiscal year 2024, 19 lottery agents closed their business, and this year, 2025, another 20 are set to close or change their ownership. One of the largest retail chains, 7-Eleven, has also announced the closing of several stores in DC, citing factors such as declining sales, decreased foot traffic, inflation, and drop in cigarette sales. 7-Eleven is a popular spot for DC lottery players. As a result of these external factors, the opening of new stores to compensate OLG's retail agent losses became a top OLG priority. And for the first time in the last 10 years, we managed to stop the decline of the number of OLG retailers by adding 34 new retailers in fiscal year 2024. This was achieved by implementing the best industry practices to enhance our retailer recruitment processes. In fiscal year 25, our goal is to add another 35 new retailers. We plan to focus on small businesses, which have traditionally been the most common types of stores to sell lottery tickets. In addition, after years of effort, Harris Teeter recently started to sell DC lottery products, and Walmart is scheduled to be licensed soon. These efforts are designed to boost retail sales, which will in turn increase transfer to the general fund and support small retail businesses of the district with higher commission. Consumer studies have become our standard before making decisions on the changes in games and programs, and 3 such studies were conducted in 2024. We prioritize professional development of OLG staff. During fiscal year 24-25, 9 trainings were conducted, including sales division training for new retailer recruitment and cold call structure, sales wizard training, sales tool with follow-up sessions, product management training for the marketing department, risk management training, and responsible gaming for the whole staff. New training materials were introduced to help retailers better understand the benefits of selling DC lottery products. Additionally, the OLG training room was enhanced to mimic the environment of a typical DC lottery store, improving the effectiveness of retail training. OLG has and will continue to implement new initiatives during fiscal year 2025. Among the recent ones I would like to mention are the following 3. Caesars Retail project, district-operated program. The transition from Gambit DC to Caesar Kiosk was completed smoothly in an unprecedented short period of time, ensuring uninterrupted player access to betting. Launch of Jackpot USA, the first multi-jurisdictional fast play jackpot game. Agent Plus program enhancement. This program allows participating retailers, all small businesses, to cash winning tickets between $600 and $5,000. It provides retailers with higher commissions and increases the player base, as well as reducing the need for players to visit our prize center. To improve engagement and awareness in the organization in Q4 of fiscal year 2024, OLG initiated the release of a monthly executive letter, sharing overall OLG results versus targets, along with updates from all the departments. Additionally, all hands in-person meeting keep employees informed of operations and generate an ownership feel in the overall agency results. Our strategy focuses on maximizing integration with multi-jurisdictional games. In collaboration with NASPL and MASL members, OLG is working now to launch new games. One of them is a game with annuity prize anticipated in January 2026, and another one with a national partner that would highlight a sport theme, which is anticipated for September 2026. The shift to privately operated district-wide sports wagering and the increase in tax revenue paid by Class A sports wagering operators, 20% of GGR, and Class C operators, 30% of their GGR, key factors driving the growth of sports wagering revenue. The 3 new Class C licenses generated $6 million revenue to the district general fund, $4 million in fiscal year 24 and another $2 million in 25. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that we face a new reality where fast-paced games with high payouts are replacing traditional numbers games with lower payouts, and the share of iLottery continues to grow. Meanwhile, fragmented independent retail is being displaced by economic circumstances or replaced by bigger grocery stores, with self-service options replacing traditional to lottery in-person over-the-counter sales. In response to these changes, OLG is adjusting its strategy to address these challenges, viewing them as new opportunities. The organization has a clear vision for ensuring responsible growth, maximizing transfers to the district general fund, while providing high-quality service to players and growing their numbers in a responsible manner, in line with the best standards of the industry. As a regulator, our strategy focuses on ensuring the effective implementation of the district council's legislative initiatives, while providing efficient oversight of charitable gaming, sports wagering, and games of skill market. Chairman McDuffie, I would like to thank you, the council, and the mayor for your continued support of the Office of Lottery and Gaming. I appreciate the opportunity to share this testimony. My colleagues and I are happy to answer questions the committee may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Director. I appreciate it. I do have some questions for you. I'm going to begin with some questions that we generated based on some of the testimony that we've got from public witnesses a few weeks ago. The committee received testimony from several sports wagering kiosk operators about their experience with the sports wagering kiosk program. It is the committee's understanding that the kiosk program has transitioned from Gambit to Caesars back in October 2024. So if you could, describe the transition process and any feedback that your office has received from the kiosk operators and retailers.
I think that it was conducted pretty smoothly and seamlessly because Interlot continued to operate Gambit DC in full in retail until Caesars were ready to really deliver the kiosks and the technicians were coming just to make this replacement and shift from one program to another one. In addition, Caesar, together with our employees, conducted special training for new program that was conducted on their venue, and people from OLG, including IT and Oversight and Regulation departments also passed that training. So the intention was, is there was like, according to the law, we had like 2 weeks in between, it's a maximum gap between two operators. The intention was just make it like maximum 2 hours, 3 hours, I don't know exactly, but just technical, you know, turning from one machine to another machine.
But in your estimation, it was a pretty smooth transition?
Excuse me?
In your estimation and understanding, it was a pretty smooth transition?
Yes,
from
yes,
Gambit to
yes.
Caesars?
So we had a pretty positive feedback from some retailers, which we visited ourselves, yeah, with the field visits to retail. And actually, when we have issues, they always call.
Right.
There was
Let me
nothing
follow
to
up
call.
then. How has the revenue been since the transition? How's it compared between Caesars and Gambit?
You know, it's very difficult to compare so far because the full period that Caesars kiosk start to operate, that's like full November, December, and January. So 3 months in full. So far, that's 85% of the handle, gross sales, in other words, generated by Gambit DC before, if you take 12 months. So basically, but they are growing. And the point is that the competitive set is different. So basically, if you take Gambit before opening the market for the private operators online, that was the same program like online, offline, in the stores, and the players had one choice. Now they had a lot of choices, and that also decreases the interest of some of them to play just with one program.
Can I ask you a
in the
follow-up though?
stores.
Because I want to make sure I understand what you said earlier. You said that in 3 months, the handle was 85%.
Yeah, they're 15% below the previous sales of Gambit DC.
Oh, got it. So for the same 3-month period the year before?
Not the same 3 month period. For the same 3 months period, it will be even higher. But we just compared from the inception of Caesars kiosks in the retail and full 12-month operation of Gambit DC before that.
It's at 85% of the
Yes,
full
so
12
far it's 85% of that.
So if you
It
project
was-
that out, it sounds like it. So you're saying it 3 months of Caesars operating the kiosk, they've achieved 85% of the prior 12 months operation of Gambit. So that's seems like it's pretty good, no?
Yeah,
Is
and
that not accurate?
yeah, I think it's good. And the feedback
I want to give you the
from
opportunity to make sure that you all are clear about, I want to make sure I understand the numbers. It sounds like that might not be an accurate recitation of what you're trying to convey. So if somebody could
no, just
say what the numbers are?
yeah, Peter might have in more details, but that's really that if you take average dollar sales a month, one and another, there will be about 15% difference. So because Gambit DC was very close to 1 million a month, yeah, and Caesars producing like 800.
Anybody care to clarify?
This is,
Peter Alvarado. I'm the interim chief operating officer. It's a difficult comparison to a degree because Gambit DC, when it was operating at a high at one point, had probably close to 80 retailers. Not all of them, it's a 2-year term. Not all of them would renew.
But that was my next question.
So when we came back down now to when the transition occurred in October of 24, there was less than 50. And so we currently, I believe, have 47 and a couple of new applications in. So that's why it's difficult to compare.
Got it.
Because
So
the number.
But I can give you precise numbers if you like. November 23, that was again by DC, 1 million.
No, I got you. You don't have to go through all the numbers. I appreciate it. But I do want to ask a follow-up question about the, how many of the kiosk operators decided not to renew? And if you can give me an approximation of how many decided not to renew?
I think
How many
I'll-
you had at Gambit and when it was time to transition and then?
Yeah, I think I would,
Mr.
ask-
Brandon, if you also have these numbers, before
If you could
they
just state your
started
name
the
for the record.
project, there was about 60, I think.
Good morning, Chair McDuffie. My name is Luis Rendon. I am the interim director for the Regulation Oversight Division.
And I don't think the record quote your name if you don't mind.
Sorry about, sir. Luis Rendon, interim director for the Regulation Oversight Division. So fiscal year 24, there were 78 operational Gambit kiosks.
Okay.
78.
78. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
And so to assess the program with Caesars, they only had a limited amount of kiosks that were available. So we did a sales analysis to see what were the top retailers. So we concluded that 48 retailers were top of those 78. So in the inception of the program on October 17 last year, 48 retailers went live. To date, only one has not renewed.
Okay.
And other two have just ceased their operations as a whole, not just on their Caesars project. So right now there are 45 active Caesars kiosk retailers in the
Got it.
district.
Thank you for that information. The committee received some testimony from the American Gambling Association about unlicensed and unregulated sweepstakes casinos and sports books. Not sure if you're all familiar with those concerns, but these casinos and sports books use apparently a sweepstakes model that allow players to play for free or buy a virtual currency to play. The American Gambling Association testified that many attorneys generals and state gaming agencies have taken action against these casinos and sportsbook. Is OLG aware of these sweepstakes casinos and sports books that I just referenced?
Actually, I will start and I will give floor to our Director of Regulation and Oversight because also investigations are within his area of responsibility. But this is like a global problem and we do care about that. And if even there are no very striking cases so far in this year that we try to monitor the market and the situation. And a couple of actions were completed in 2024. I think if Mr.
Sure.
Brandon, you would continue.
Good morning, thank you. Yes, so we are aware of the issue. We have monthly roundtable meetings with every state regulator to address the situation. There are several jurisdictions that have charged these companies federally on gaming violations, such as California is one of them, where sports wagering is not allowed, right? So we are aware of the issue. We're trying to counter it, and so far we haven't seen any issues in DC, but it is a big issue nationwide.
So when you say you haven't seen any issues, is it that you haven't seen these companies operating in
In
DC?
DC, correct. Yes,
Got
sir.
it. Okay. Thank you for that. Do you have you heard anything about the companies potentially operating in Maryland or Virginia, to your knowledge?
No, so the director of the Regulation Oversight Division over in Virginia spearheads the roundtable for every
got it.
regulator. So they haven't seen it in Maryland, but I made them aware last 2 weeks ago where there was federal charges filed against some of these companies. So
Got
it's not every state that has the issue, but it is an issue.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for that. In your pre-hearing responses, and thank you for providing those responses to the committee pre-hearing, in those responses about the office's self-exclusion program, I noticed that in fiscal year 2024, the number had doubled from fiscal year 2023, approximately. I think it went from like 12 to 23. The participants appear to be predominantly male and younger. I don't know if there's anything that you attribute to that growth of that self-exclusion program. Is there anything you can share about why that might be?
I think we could attribute it to the increase of sports betting operators in the district. And so I think.
And as well awareness about this program.
I'm sorry?
And awareness about this program. So
Awareness
basically,
about the
yes,
program.
because every online operator, they also communicate that possibility.
Okay. Have you all seen, well, I appreciate the response. In a previous performance oversight hearing, we discussed the Lucky Lottery mobile truck and the strategy around that truck. I know we had some questions that you all answered previously. You stated that DDOT provided a legal review to the OLG that the Lucky Lottery mobile was in violation with the mayor's Vision Zero initiative. How is the Lucky Lottery mobile out of line with Vision Zero? If y'all can share some insights on that.
Yes, this is the case that I believe the last time when we used it, it was in March 8, 2024. And after that, we got this written confirmation that it cannot be used near the retail and public gathering venues. And I would ask Mr. Bennett to give you more details on that. And then I will finish.
Good morning. My name is Ridgely Bennett. I'm Chief Legal Counsel for the Office of Lottery and Gaming. The issue really revolves around the blocking of sidewalks when we have the Lucky Lottery mobile out. It creates lines onto the sidewalks. Some of our staff was out on the sidewalks, and DDOT, rightfully so, said that under the Vision Zero program, we could not block the sidewalks.
Okay, but so are there things that you can do to avoid that, or is it just you can't use a truck?
I think what we'd have to do is use the truck in locations where we're not blocking sidewalks. For instance, a parking lot.
Okay.
So if we get permission to use a parking lot at a Nats game or something like
So
that.
so there is still a plan to use the truck.
Yeah,
but just not in the way
but not as often as we would like. But our marketing department has a plan, for fiscal year 2025 with all public events where we assist or attend, and it will be used there. But I also wanted to say that the primary purpose of the Lucky Lottery mobile was and is to advertise lottery, and it's part of the civil society and the role of lottery, and make it really entertaining. So basically what we have done, we continue to conduct special events and in-store promos with the same purpose, but without the mobile, just having the same vendor, MJ, that used to have that was organizing these events with the vehicle, now without the vehicle, and especially in just opened retailers. So basically in 2024-25, all 44 new retailers which were just launched with DC Lottery, they had in-store promos.
Okay. Let me ask about the, I think you touched on this in your opening testimony, but it might be worth expounding a bit. Last year, you mentioned the office had a goal of adding 30 more lottery retailers, and it appears that you all have exceeded that goal by adding 39 retailers, and that's commendable. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about what you see as to contributing to that growth in your ability to add those retailers.
If I understand correctly, the question says, how did we manage to raise this number? With a special focus of the sales force and the management of the agency, we organized a task force between the regulation and oversight, basically the licensing department, and good interaction with the sales department, marketing department, and also our vendor VSC, to make the whole process clear, transparent, and that everybody knows on every stage what we can do to make the whole process of licensing from the receive of application to the opening of the store pretty clear and with a shorter period of time. But the most important is just to deliver those candidates, because unfortunately we have very, very few, if not zero, those candidates that simply submit their application on our website where the application section is. That's a work of our people that have special so-called call visits. So they talk to the managers and owners of small businesses.
Any trends in the types of retailers that you saw?
Yes, the most typical that we see today, that's small convenience stores, gas stations with stores, liquor stores, and something like that.
Okay. After a few years of issues, in your pre-hearing responses, you stated that implementation of the online application process for retailers for charitable games has been fully implemented. Any lessons learned from the previous delays?
About the lessons, please.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Yeah, so we went from a paper application process to an online platform, Seamless Docs. So night and day.
Okay.
So yeah, it was seamless, as it's called. And so now we get it real time. We're able to process it with different stages of the application, collect fees, and move on. So it's been a successful
Appreciate
process.
that. And in your pre-hearing responses, I'm sort of pivoting a bit. You stated that when FanDuel, so talking about sports betting, when FanDuel subcontracted with Intralot to run the district sports book, that OLG did not require more funding to regulate them. But now that they are a Class C, they require additional costs for regulatory oversight and enforcement. Talk about why that is, why the costs appear for them as a Class C.
Actually, that's all about not just FanDuel, it's just about Class C as it is and Class A, because there's some terms changed for them as well. And Mr. Randall, if you can give more details on that.
Yes, sir. So as a whole, there's been more responsibility for the regulation oversight division, right? So we have 3 Class A operators, 3 Class C operators, 1 Class B currently licensed. We have over 30 suppliers and over 100 occupational licensees. So as a whole, the division's been charged with ensuring compliance, oversight that includes in-person checks of the retail locations, and on the online of that aspect is geolocation services, make sure that players are betting in the district, right?
But is there, so I appreciate that. That's helpful to understand. So, but in terms of FanDuel in particular, is there any increased cost for that licensee? Or is it the overall?
I believe it's
cost?
overall. It's overall,
Okay,
because
that's-
it's one division that handles the whole
Okay.
compliance aspect.
All right, let me just. I wanted to ask a question about, you had provided in your pre-hearing testimony that the elimination of online sports wagering from OLG's operation decreased OLG's transfer to the general fund. but I think you also state that in just 5 months, private sports wagering tax revenue totaled 7.2 million, not including the multiple licensing fees that the district collected, which totaled $6 million. So I guess I want to just make sure I understand the statement that you're making in terms of lowering OLG's transfer to the general fund. Why is your transfer to the general fund lower?
If we put together all the business that we have as operator, that comprises our result as net revenue transfer to the general fund.
Okay.
Those businesses where we are the regulator only, but not the operator,
Got it.
we charge licensing fee and they pay taxes. So you're absolutely right in terms of the growing tax that is generated by the private operators. Simply, it's not going via our bank account.
Got it. So the revenues have gone up, to be clear, but
Yes.
your transfer is
Overall,
because-
overall is growing.
Okay, I understand.
Just it was mentioned in the context to compare Q1 this year with the Q1 last year when we had that business and we still say
Right.
about total and
I understand.
online gambling, this was still big.
Got it, got it. The committee's heard from various Class B licensees since the district opened the mobile sports wagering market. They've stated that their operations have ceased after the partner who provided the Class B system ceased operations when district-wide mobile sports wagering went into place. There's currently an application for a new sports wagering company to work with Class Bs, but the committee has heard that the application decision has been delayed. I wanted to ask whether or not that is accurate. Has it been delayed? And if so, why has the application been delayed?
What is right is that 5 out of 6 Class B retail operators ceased their activities. And there are like now 2 licenses, one of which is not active. I mean, they're not active, they still have the license, and another one is really active. In terms of any delays, I don't have this information, and Mr. Wren, maybe you have anything updated, but in terms of Class B, don't have this.
So if I understand the question, is it a Class B applicant that's been delayed?
That's what we understand. We got some information that there's currently an application for a new sports wagering company to work with Class Bs? Is that
Right, so that's a management service provider,
Oh,
so that is a
that's
platform
different,
provider.
yeah.
So there is an application pending for the management service provider, and we're processing their application. We're conducting their due diligence. It's a standard application, so the process is longer. They haven't been licensed in another jurisdiction.
They have
So,
not been
yeah,
licensed in-
So that's why the application's taken longer, but we are in a due diligence process for them.
So if you could just share, like, when did they apply, and then when do you expect approximately to have a decision on that?
So fiscal year '24, they applied. I believe it was last summer, if I'm not mistaken. And I would say within the next 30 days, they should be approved. And they will partner with an inactive Class B operator that shut down operations because their previous management service provider ceased operations in the district.
Got it. So how
So
many?
they will be the only MSP in the district.
Got it. Okay. I wanted to ask some questions about the sports betting licensees and the CBE spend, but I'm having trouble reading. You all provided some information in a nice color graph, but I have a black and white version, so and it's small, so I'm having trouble reading. So my staff is pulling it up. But let me just ask, you might be able to provide the answer without me having to see it. In your pre-hearing responses, you list that all Class As have spent with CBEs, but have not listed any Class Cs. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. So the issue is that when Class A started their operations, they commenced retail and online betting. So the retail operations naturally had CBEs
Right.
involved. Now that you have Class Cs, their only service is online platforms. So naturally, what we've been seeing with the SLBD is that their only ability to subcontract out of CBEs is marketing and advertising. That's really it. Other than that, there's really no CBE involvements for the Class C operators that are active in the district right now.
Got it. And so have they submitted waivers?
They have not submitted waivers because, like I said, they are going with marketing advertisement to attempt to meet that 35% requirement.
Okay, so have the Class Cs, I'm just trying to remember the process now,
Yeah.
which I'm sure you do, but did they provided subcontracting plans
For advertisement and marketing companies.
at
yes. And
35%?
Yep, and they have not been approved yet, I will say. So when DSLBD comes up next,
ask
I
them
think
about
that's a
that.
question for that.
Okay, so, but they, DSWD has the subcontracting plans?
Yeah, because they have not submitted waivers, so they are in the process of.
You all have that information too?
Yeah.
Can you all provide what was submitted?
Yeah, we'll
to the committee?
coordinate with the SLBD as well and get you that.
And I'll ask them. I'll
Yep,
ask them.
yep, no problem.
Thank you for that. And just, I think you mentioned this in your opening testimony, Director, but the Class Cs, there are 3 of them currently,
Yes,
and each of the 3 have already paid the licensing
Yes.
fee, and each of the licensing fees is $2 million apiece?
correct.
Got it. A couple more questions before we conclude. Let me turn your attention to the RFP that is currently out for the lottery contract. Without violating any laws, obviously. What's the status of the lottery RFP, and when is the deadline? for submission?
RFP was published on November 21, 2024. On December 9, they had a conference with the potential bidders where they raised all the questions, and the representative of the Office of Contracts explained the whole process, how they can attend. After that, they submitted about 100 additional questions. They were requesting information on basically all aspects of the existing and possible lottery operation. And we were preparing those with their sub-questions, about 200 altogether, more than 1 month. So basically, that was agreed, and then a little bit like edited and classified with the Office of Contracts, recently published, and this is the state where we are. In terms of closing the process, I think that we can say that, yeah, that's so far the date is April 10, 2026.
So it's not, I thought I saw somewhere there was a March date. Is that wrong? Maybe I had that wrong. So when is it? April what?
April 10.
April 10th, okay. Yeah, I don't know where I got that from, but maybe I just conjured it up in my head. But April 10th is the
Yeah,
date.
this is, and the point is that on average, that the RFP process is not conducted pretty often. So
Yeah.
there are a lot of peculiarities that need to be addressed. And first of all, that we need to make sure that those people that will submit their proposals, they do really understand our needs. And
Right.
therefore, the process is very important.
And it said April 10th is the application deadline?
The applications, their applications deadline, that will be in a couple of
So
months from
That's the
today.
date that proposals are due.
Okay,
And then, of course, after proposals are due, there's the review process, there's negotiation, there's council review, there's the whole,
Oh, that was March
That-
8th, right?
Right.
That, when the proposals to be initially, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the April 10th date is when proposals are due. Got it. And I understand, and I, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bennett, as general counsel, but I think this is something you can talk about. There generally aren't a lot of companies that would respond to this type of RFP, correct?
There are generally not a lot of companies that have the capabilities to provide their basically four in the U.S. that are active in the U.S. right now. However, the proposals are extremely detailed.
Got it.
Binders big.
So there are four. I thought there were three. So there are four.
Well, there's a newer company that's working with, it's a European company that's
Okay.
working in the United States. There are three basic systems that are out there,
Got
but
it.
four companies.
Okay.
But there are some international mergers recently happened, and we can anticipate a little bit more than that, hopefully.
Okay. Can you say whether you anticipate the companies that have the capabilities to respond?
Yeah.
Have they already been engaged? Is that something you can discuss, whether they've
So
been
we
engaged?
cannot discuss
Okay,
who's
got it.
been
Okay,
engaged.
that's
right
fine.
now.
Thanks for that. Let me turn to the sort of line of question that I asked the OCFO that sounds like it's probably more appropriate for you all. The OAG, the Office of the Attorney General, entered into a settlement agreement with the current lottery operators, Intralot and Veteran Services Corporation. Are you all familiar with this settlement?
Yeah.
You are, okay. So what I was trying to discern is which entity, OLG or OCFO, is responsible for taking any particular action as a result of the settlement.
So if I may, just
Sure.
under the Home Rule Act, the Office of Lottery and Gaming is a subordinate office within the OCFO. So we're all part of the OCFO.
Okay.
That includes procurement authority, personnel authority, legal authority, everything, just like the Office of Tax and Revenue,
Right.
Office of Treasury.
Okay.
But as the CFO indicated, as the agency that's responsible for lottery, the office that's responsible for lottery, we are going to take the lead in taking a look at the settlement agreement and what we.
Okay. So what, so you're going to take the lead in it, and I want to get a sense of what that entails, like taking a look into the settlement agreement. What does that
So
actually entail?
we, like you, we have a copy of the settlement agreement. We have been in contact with the Attorney General's office. Under the False Claims Act, they are severely limited in the information that they can provide to us.
Mhm.
We have requested consents from Intralot and VSC to allow the production of documents. So we're working through with the Attorney General's office to see what we can learn as the underlying basis for the allegations that are made.
Got
in
it.
the
Okay.
settlement agreement.
And I don't know if you've had to do that process, if you all have any experience with it, but sort of at a high level, without going into any details that might compromise your inquiry, how long does that process take? How can you anticipate being involved in that?
I don't think we can make a good estimate right now.
Okay.
We still don't have documents, so we don't know what we have to go through.
Got it. Any concern with the existing contract?
So where we stand right now is that the settlement agreement had allegations and denials.
Right.
So that's all we know right now.
Okay.
And we also know that DSLDB has indicated that Intralot is in compliance with the subcontracting plan. So they're not out of compliance.
When was that indication provided by DSLBD?
That was probably, the last time I received a verbal indication was when the settlement agreements were issued.
So that, they were signed on January 10th.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and so DSLBD, as of January 10th, has indicated that the contractor is in compliance with the
In
CBE
compliance
requirements.
with.
Got it, okay. So that's existing contract. What about the RFP process? Do you anticipate in any way your inquiry around this settlement agreement and these vendors impacting the time frame for the RFP that's
So from what we know right now, the settlement agreement did not include a provision that debarred either intralot or VSC. So as it stands right now, they are eligible to submit proposals, and that's what we know.
okay, but would you conclude your inquiry before, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to think about sequence of events here.
Right.
So that, I mean, because at some point it comes to the council, right?
Right.
And I know you all have a process. It sounds like you all are already at least beginning to engage in that.
Right.
You're talking to the Attorney General, so in terms of sequence of events, does your inquiry have to occur before any decisions are made around a potential RFP? Or how does that work?
No, it doesn't
Okay.
have to.
Got it.
And of course, I think, we're looking to DSLDB, who is the agency that is in charge of regulating the CBE Act, to let us know whether or not there are any violations of that act.
Okay. What am I looking for? Looking for this document. Yeah, and I think it's a coincidence that we have DSLBD next, but it seems to have lined up perfectly. So we will ask them about that later. Give me 1 second. What I want to do is, and I got way too many documents open on my computer. But what I want to do is not get to DSLBD and have them point the finger back at OLG and say that they don't have authority to do X and that it is the responsibility of OLG. Because they had provided some responses to the auditor some time ago that outlined their responsibility around the enforcement of the CBE Act, but also the limitations of specific actions they might take to compel compliance. Without putting any words in their mouth and without having that document right in front of me, I'll attempt to paraphrase. But they, I think, have, in testimony before this committee, been fairly adamant in the necessity of the procuring agency to enforce and manage their procurements.
Correct.
So while they do have a role in terms of the enforcement of the CBE Act, if there is some deficiency or some issue, problem, concern with a particular procurement, there is a responsibility on the procuring agency to take action, correct?
I think what we of course, we do the suitability reviews of the bidders that submit proposals. I think if we think there's some violation of the CBE Act, we would inform DSLDB that we found X, Y, or Z.
And you haven't heretofore contacted DSLBD to make those types of concerns or raise those concerns?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And you would know as general counsel whether if there was anybody within OLG who would have raised concerns with DSLBD around the particular contract?
I wouldn't say I know 100% of everything that goes on. The executive director is always free to talk to the agent, sister agencies and the
Appreciate it.
director of DSLDB.
Can you all do me a favor, not walk behind the camera though, when y'all coming in? Thanks, appreciate it. If you could, Mr. Blasenko, I asked you this question as executive director. Are you aware of any communication with DSLBD with respect to the current lottery contractor around the CBE subcontracting plans and any noncompliance?
I know about the communication because we have a coder, a person that is the supervising and monitoring the contract, and she has communication with CBED, but I don't have any information that would like violations or any discrepancies. Actually, even preparing for the hearing, we especially stress so where we are in that area, and there's also the report for 24 is still to be finalized, but in terms of OLG as the agency, so we are good in terms of our contract, and the contract is also fulfilling their like goal.
So your understanding is
So-
that the contractor is in compliance
Yes.
with the subcontracting
Yes,
plan?
yes, yes.
Okay.
What we know, what we have this information that's in compliance, and in terms of settlements, say that fortunately did not have any implication of their daily activities, and they continue to provide all the services according to the contract, both Intralot and VSC, and yeah.
So
that's-
are you are familiar with the settlement agreement? You said you've read it.
Excuse me?
You've read the settlement agreement?
Yes, I read the settlement agreement.
So where it says, and I'm quoting here, I'm looking at paragraph 6 of the settlement agreement. This is the one with Intralot. Yeah, this is the one with Intralot. Paragraph 6, it says the district alleges that Intralot and VSC knowingly made, used, and caused to be made or used false records and statements material to false or fraudulent claims to the district government, including A, the subcontracting plan that Intralot submitted to OLG, B, vendor verification forms and quarterly reports that Intralot submitted to the Department of Small and Local Business Development, and C, statements and correspondence with district government agencies. You're familiar with that?
Yeah, I have read this, just renewing my memory.
Okay. And as I said, with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, to be clear, both Intralot and VSC denies the district's allegations and did not make any admissions with respect to the substance of the covered conduct, but the covered conduct nevertheless is extremely concerning to hear and to read about. And so, to be clear, have you charged anybody on your team to look into this matter and the allegations that are included in the settlement agreement?
Yeah, we had a couple of discussions with our chief legal advice, and
I'm sorry, with the chief?
with the chief counsel,
Okay.
and with just with the quarter of the contract. We discussed that, but we don't have enough information to make any decisions. So the information which we have are just statements which are provided in the settlement
Oh, yeah,
agreement
sure.
as it is. And there is a deny from other side. So just we ask certainly our contractors as well. So what's going on? As I say, so we are just we don't see any problem with that at this stage, because the settlement agreement is fully executed, and you know that Ridgely might describe how it stays, so that there is no consequences for the future.
So there is a broad release in the settlement agreement that covers the covered conduct. And I think we have to have a conversation with the Attorney General's office about how broad that is and what may or may not be done subsequent. Of course, we were limited, the Attorney General's office was limited in what they could provide us. We have requested consent from both VSC and Intralot to release documents.
Do you recall when you made that request for consent?
I don't want to say off the top of my head. VSC has consented. It's my understanding.
have?
They have
VSC
consented and,
Yeah.
and we're having a little technical difficulty getting to the documents right now, but we're working through our IT department. They're voluminous, as you can imagine.
Okay, yeah.
And then it's my understanding that Interlot has also submitted its consent, but we have not received documents yet.
You
That's
have
where we
not
stand.
received the documents
From
concerning
the
the
attorney,
consent?
I think that the consent was sent yesterday,
Okay.
if I'm correct. So I don't think the Attorney General's office has had an opportunity to review. Of course, these things are very technical. As a
Right.
lawyer, you understand,
Sure.
and the wording of a consent can be interesting. So I'm sure that the Attorney General's office wants to make sure that the consent is sufficient
Right.
before they agree to release.
Okay,
any
but
documents.
to be clear, like the Office of Lottery and Gaming is the agency that both has the authority to take any steps that would address, if you find any concerns, you all have the authority, and you're clear about your authority on
Certainly, if
that?
we find the concerns, we will address those concerns. But at this stage, while we continue in the normal mode, was that with the documents which VSC
I understand.
shared with us, there was one that was from OEG, clearly stating that Office of the Attorney General does not intend to recommend to any district agency that VSC or any of its employees, officers, or directors be suspended or debarred from doing business with the district.
Sure.
So at this stage, but we continue to follow the situation, and certainly we are, that's our job to monitor and, yeah.
Yeah, no,
keep
I
on
understand.
top of that.
But I think what is clear, clearly we would talk to DSLDB if we thought we saw a violation of the CBE Act.
Got it.
I
Okay.
understand.
Thank you.
Does your office have any pending lawsuits? And I've asked this questions of all the agencies.
So
before.
we
Yes.
do, and we were in the room when the CFO was going to provide you with the list. Of course, we are part of the OCFO.
Okay,
And we will respond with the CFO's office.
got it. Okay. Does OLG have a sexual harassment officer?
Yeah, I mean, this is a centralized function within OCFO, and this is the same people as Mr. Lee mentioned. So the primary officer is Adama. Mostly that's a person from the OHR department,
Okay.
and the secondary is Braille Robertson.
Okay, and so are there any specific complaints that have been filed with respect to OLG? Is that something you can share?
Don't think so.
And I'm not aware of any sexual harassment complaints, I think.
Okay.
Once again, we will respond with the
Yeah.
CFO's office.
Thank you.
because it's part of that.
Currently, sports wagering is not allowed within the federal enclave that includes the National Mall, federal buildings, and Rockreed Park. Is that your understanding? And if that is the case, how did OLG decide to exclude the federal enclave from sports wagering?
So that's part of a federal law.
Okay.
It was originally put in place when the lottery was passed about where we would be excluded from providing lottery and other gaming in the district. That law has been amended. It was part of a budget act, but as you know, some of the substantive parts of budget acts live on. It was amended at least once. We have made a couple of attempts to have it amended, but we've been unsuccessful. So right now, it's
Do you mind providing us offline just an update on terms of where that is, or
happy to do it.
any time frame in terms of when was the last time you all made attempts?
Yeah, certainly. And, if we can, there is an interesting information of
Sure.
Mr. Alvarado in terms of what are the potential current application, potential growth of online sports wagering in case this
Okay.
territory is
It-
covered.
Yeah, the federal enclave, the Shipstead Loose Act, I mean, it impacts us from a lottery standpoint, it impacts us in two ways. One, certainly because it's a, you know, for lack of a better word, it's a gerrymandered sort of location that runs through Rock Creek Park and comes through. For our iLottery, our online sales, it basically, we had about almost 57,000 transactions fail because the player was in that zone.
How many, what's that number?
The exact number is 56,981.
It's almost 57,000.
Yeah. And so it impacts us there.
2024.
No, that's since the start
Okay.
of our online. And, you know, on the sports wagering side, of course, it impacts them as well. I have some statistics I can provide on the impact, because it impacts the Class Cs, it impacts anyone who's running it district-wide, because they not only have to geolocate it out of the Shipstead Loose Act, but for those, we also have the Class A exclusivity zones, and so we keep track of the transactions that fail when they're in those zones as well. But the second way how it impacts the lottery is that we cannot sell lottery in that space. And one of the major spaces that impacts us is our transportation hub being Union Station. It is our largest transportation hub we have in the district, with buses and trains all going there. It has a great amount of foot traffic, and we can't operate there. We cannot sell lottery there. And so it hinders our sales from that perspective. I mean, that's one location, but there are a few others in the district along the wharf and stuff that impacts us. So the Shipstead Loose Act, it really does impact us both on the retail side from the locations where we can sell lottery, but we can't, and also from the geolocation side where transactions because of our geolocation fail.
Got it. There's been some discussion, my understanding, that either there are aspects of the act that don't apply to the district any longer because it's been amended. Have you all heard that at all? Has anybody said anything to you all about that?
I
Approached
haven't
the office
heard.
about that
No,
opinion?
not that particular. I'm happy to entertain any good argument somebody has that
Okay.
it does not apply,
Okay.
but we have not seen that.
All right. I don't have any additional questions at this time. I look forward to getting the follow-up that we talked about. Is there anything else that you all would like to add to the record before we go on to our next agency?
No, thank you. Thank you for your time and for your attention and continuous support. If you have any questions, we would love to respond offline or in written form, and we'll provide information based on your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The final agency we will hear from today is the Department of Small and Local Business Development, or DSLBD. DSLBD supports the development, economic growth, and retention of district-based businesses and promotes economic development throughout the district's commercial corridors. DSLBD seeks to achieve its mission by providing access to capital for entrepreneurs and businesses, helping businesses navigate government requirements quickly and efficiently, and promoting economic development through the district, particularly in commercial corridors. By assisting small and local businesses, the department strives to transform local corridors to vibrant anchors for businesses and residents to flourish alike. I'm going to call up the director, Rosemary Suggs Evans, and her team, and ask that you all raise your right hand before you're seated so I can swear you all in. Do you each swear affirm an opinion of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Committee on Business and Economic Development and Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Good to see you all. I think we are in the afternoon now, so good afternoon. Director, you can provide your testimony whenever you're settled in.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the council, my esteemed colleagues in the local business community, and dedicated residents of the District of Columbia. I am Rosemary Suggs Evans, and I'm honored to continue serving as the Director of the Department of Small and Local Business Development. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and reflect upon our progress over the past year. At DSLBD, our role transcends mere administration. We are committed to creating opportunities that enable small and local businesses to flourish. Our mission extends beyond being a legislative mandate, and it is a responsibility we wholeheartedly accept. Each initiative we undertake, every partnership we cultivate, and all investments we pursue are strategically aimed at ensuring that entrepreneurs in the district receive the necessary support to grow, innovate, and thrive. When I was appointed director by Mayor Bowser, one of my first initiatives in FY24 was launching the Empowerment Fund to support individuals who keep our commercial corridors clean, safe, and welcoming. DSLBD awarded $300,000 in funding through this initiative. I firmly believe that when we uplift those who sustain our business districts, we strengthen not only our livelihoods, but also the entire local economy. In 2024, I expanded the CBE All Things Green grant to assist certified business enterprises in entering and growing within the green, energy, and sustainable building sectors. In partnership with the Department of Energy and Environment, we ensured CBEs had the opportunity and resources to access training and procurement opportunities. As one recipient, Miles Sedgwick, testified, that program opened up a whole new avenue for us, and we wouldn't have done it without the support of DSLBD. This kind of forward-thinking, sustainability-driven work is precisely what DSLBD is committed to fostering. By making it easier for businesses to access funding with the tools to grow, we are not just supporting individual entrepreneurs, we are reinforcing DC's leadership in sustainability. We also introduced the Business to Business Grant, designed to cultivate stronger, more interconnected small business community. This grant supports local businesses that provide training, mentorship, and marketing services to fellow entrepreneurs, ensuring that expertise and resources are shared among those who need them most. Continuing our dedication to economic empowerment, the Aspire to Entrepreneurship program remains a powerful catalyst for entrepreneurs affected by the justice system. In FY24, We Aspire supported entrepreneurs and expanded its impact with the We Aspire Alumni Lottery Award, creating new pathways for sustained growth. To further strengthen the program, we added a re-entry and entrepreneurship track and structured milestones to guide participants in growing their business. To further support the Aspire and Dream alumni, DSLBD contributed to Mayor Bowser's Digital Empowerment Day by supplying local entrepreneurs with vital digital resources. In collaboration with Human IT and DC Public Library, 160 Chromebooks were distributed to assist small business owners in improving their digital skills. In FY24, DSLBD strengthened its commitment to youth entrepreneurship by partnering with DOES and the Marion S. Berry Summer Youth Employment Program to launch the DC Youth Entrepreneurship Pilot. This initiative gives them hands-on experience and the confidence to explore entrepreneurship as a viable career path. As a result of the program's success, we look forward to our continued partnership with DOES and its expansion. In September, Mayor Bowser's Art All Night Festival, a citywide celebration of creativity and commerce, drew over 175,000 attendees across all 8 wards. Art All Night is more than just a festival. It serves as a major economic driver, increasing foot traffic and generating record sales for businesses throughout the district. DSLBD proudly collaborated with the Main Streets and Business Improvement Districts to ensure the event was a cultural success and a powerful boost for the local economy. In FY25, DSLBD hosted the District Connect event, its annual small business expo designed to further connect CBEs and local businesses interested in contracting with the local government. This year, the event welcomed over 450 participants seeking contracting and capital access opportunities. Success stories that have emerged from this gathering are a testament to the impact of our targeted programs and demonstrate how connecting businesses to the right resources can unlock new growth and expansion opportunities. In addition to our FY24 initiatives, we established key partnerships with one of our main streets, the Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation, to support the Made in DC holiday booth at the downtown holiday market. Through these efforts, the Made in DC booth became a central part of the I Buy DC campaign, leading to a significant increase in sales, doubling previous year's figures. Because of this partnership, we supported 31 local artisans and creators this fiscal year, generating over $50,000 in sales and providing them with enhanced visibility and profitable revenue opportunities. And our DC Main Street program continues to be one of the strongest tools for economic development. In FY24, over 900 subawards totaling $1.3 million were granted to businesses throughout the DC Main Streets program. Additionally, we granted $10,000 to 68 brick and mortar businesses via the Robust Retail Grant. This program is acknowledged as one of the most accessible grant options in the district. As the district enters a transformative phase in economic development, redevelopment projects like the Capital One Arena present significant opportunities for CBEs. It will drive growth, create jobs, and boost local investment. And with recent legislation reinforcing this progress, complementing the mayor and DSLBD's objectives, CBEs will be empowered to enter high-growth sectors. These initiatives mark a new era of economic prosperity, where local businesses are not just participants, but are drivers of DC's evolution. As an agency, we understand that further assistance is sometimes needed due to substantial hurdles many entrepreneurs and businesses face in accessing capital. To address this gap, DSLBD's District Capitalized Fund acts as a vital resource for entrepreneurs. In FY24, we distributed over 30 loans totaling over $400,000, highlighting our dedication to meeting the financial needs of our local businesses. With Mayor Bowser's steadfast leadership and support, we have expanded opportunities for DC businesses, reinforcing the district as a hub for thriving entrepreneurs. Through targeted networking, training, internships, and essential small business grants, we are making meaningful investments that drive economic vitality across all 8 wards. I also want to thank Chairperson McDuffie and the Committee on Business and Economic Development for their strong partnership and advocacy on behalf of the small business community. Lastly, I want to recognize the exceptional team at DSLBD. Your hard work, passion, and dedication to our programs and initiatives are the foundation of our success. Together, as government leaders, business advocates, or engaged stakeholders, we share a common goal: to ensure that DC remains a place where businesses start, grow, succeed, and become longstanding pillars of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Director. Want to note that we have been joined by Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder. I want to welcome to the hearing, Councilmember, and give you 3 minutes for an opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and my council colleagues. Thank you, Director Evans, and your team for being here today for this very important conversation about the Department of Small and Local Business Development. As the Ward 7 council member, I know firsthand how critical small and local businesses are to the economic viability of our community. These businesses don't just provide goods and services, they create jobs, build wealth, and strengthen the fabric of our neighborhoods. Ward 7 has long been a place of resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit. We have talented business owners who are ready to serve their communities and grow their businesses. But too often, they face unnecessary hurdles, whether it's success in capital, navigating government procurement processes, or simply getting the technical assistance needed to scale up. Our small businesses shouldn't have to fight so hard to survive. They should be given the support to thrive. So today, I want to take a hard look at DSLBD's efforts in supporting our local businesses, especially those east of the river. We need to understand what's working, what's not working, And what more can be done to ensure the businesses in Ward 7 and across the district have the tools they need to succeed? I'm particularly interested in discussing how we can close the gaps in funding and technical assistance, improve access to government contracts, and ensuring that programs intended to uplift small businesses are truly reaching those who need them the most. I appreciate the work of DSLBD has done, including initiatives like DC Certified Business Enterprises Program, the Commercial Clean Teams grants. But I also hear from business owners who feel left out of opportunities, who struggle to navigate the system. We must be intentional about addressing these challenges and setting clear, measurable goals for the future. With that, I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the opening. I want to note that we've also been rejoined by Ward 6 Councilmember Charles Allen, and I will turn to him for a round. When we get there, I will begin with a couple questions. So we'll do 10-minute rounds, staff. We heard a number of testimonies from Main Street's representatives when we had our public witness testimony a few weeks ago. And in one in particular, Commissioner Trupti Patel provided testimony on the leadership selection process for the Foggy Bottom West End Main Street. She testified that despite her engagement in the feasibility study for the Foggy Bottom West End Main Street, the ultimate selection process for the executive director and staff was made without ANC and community input or participation. I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to that. We always love to have ANCs engaged in process, and as you know, they're in many instances really have their ears and eyes right on the ground and are helpful in advising this council and this committee. So if you could, what's your insights into that selection process and the concerns raised by Commissioner Patel?
Thank you for that question. And I did see the testimony, and I would just like to say that as we do with all of our competitions, we have made sure that all the relevant stakeholders were made aware of the competition. Once the applications have been submitted, DSLBD makes a point of not having staff internally review them. We have a review panel of selected folks that are people from the community that participate in that review panel, and then a determination is made. Ultimately, I approve the final determination, but I want to restate that we made sure that the ANCs were involved and were aware of that competition that was out.
Okay, and so do you feel like the process was adequate in terms of the ability of ANCs or other civic leaders to provide feedback along the way?
I absolutely do. I'm
Okay.
confident in our process.
Okay. Alex Padro, the executive director of the Shaw Main Streets, provided testimony that DSLBD is only distributing 50% of the funding that we put in the budget, that this committee put in the budget, to the Main Streets program, and requires the Main Streets separately apply for additional funding, which is different from the additional funding that we put in the budget the prior fiscal year. So I want to give you an opportunity to talk about why you all have changed that process. I know that we had some specific language in the budget about providing the money equally amongst the Main Streets 2 years ago that we did not place specifically in this budget. I think that was just an oversight on our part that we didn't include it. But I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your approach this year.
And that is correct. The previous year, those funds were distributed equally among the Main Streets. This year, we wanted to be responsive to what we are also hearing from Main Street executive directors about being able to innovate and do additional programs within the Main Street area. And so we did have conversations with your team just to make sure there was an understanding that 50% of those funds would be distributed to all the Main Streets even the new Main Street, and I think it was about $17,600 that would be distributed and can be used for operational costs, administrative costs, whatever that is. And then the other half was going to be competed. It's a way for us to continue to allow Main Streets to be innovative. And so when we're talking about trying to think of new and innovative ways to attract not only businesses, but attract community residents back to the Main Street, there are a number of ideas that our Main Street EDs have. You, of all people, council member, know that there are limited funds, and sometimes with those funds, we have to be strategic and have to be innovative in how we use those funds. And so that's what we will be doing this year. We have received a number of reports from our Main Street EDs that they are appreciative of the opportunity to compete for these funds and show us some of the innovative things that they have been able to do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that you all brought this to the committee, and I also recall those conversations. But I would ask that you all are monitoring this approach through an equity lens. The desire of the committee was to really try to make sure we're increasing resources available to the Main Streets for all the reasons that you know well. They're supporting our local businesses in those Main Streets corridors. And I appreciate that you're leaning into the innovation and really responding to, I think, some of the things you've heard from Main Street's executive directors. In terms of that process of issuing those funds, where are you with that? What's the status of the funds been issued, or are you all in some, just give me the posture in terms of where
Yeah.
you all are right now.
The administrative funds have been issued. The competition will be coming up, and I'll check with my team to get the exact date for the competition. The competition, end of the month.
Got it. And so the competition will be in the month, and then I guess in terms of the process, the funds, after you all decide, will be, at what point do you think the funds will be released to those who win the competition?
Can I get back to
That's
you on
fine.
that to get the
Okay,
actual
if you
date?
could, give us some
Yep.
visibility into that process. Thank you. I'm gonna jump around from the questions I had just to use my last 3 minutes of this round to pick up where I left off on the two previous agencies to talk about the lottery contract. And I'm not sure how much of you heard from the CFO's testimony, but what do you see as DSLBD's role in evaluating the allegations of the settlement agreement that the Attorney General entered into with the existing contractors, both Interlot and VSC separately? There's settlement agreements with some really disturbing language in terms of the covered conduct. And I will read to you like I read to OLG and the CFO, just paragraph 6, and this is part of the covered conduct. It says the district alleges that Interlot and VSC knowingly made, used, and caused to be made or use false records and statements material to false or fraudulent claims to the district government, including A, the subcontracting plan that Interlot submitted to OLG, B, vendor verification forms and quarterly reports that Interlot submitted to the Department of Small and Local Business Development, and C, statements and correspondence with district government agencies. So you, as well as OLG, are specifically referenced in this covered conduct. I would also put on the record, as I have in the two previous agencies, that Interlot and VSC both deny the district's allegations that are included in the covered conduct. But what I would like to know is, what, if anything, are you doing as a result of this settlement agreement, and what do you view as your role with respect to evaluating the conduct that was alleged in the agreement?
So we have been monitoring this contract since its inception. I think the work that this team has done, particularly our compliance division, has been bar none, some of the best research and that can occur when you're doing compliance. We're in contact with OAG. We provided OAG the information that they requested from us. When the settlement agreement came out, we did ask for additional information. We were not given that additional information. There
Can I just
were
ask you, you requested additional information of whom?
of OAG.
Got it. And they denied your request?
Yes, well, let me just say this, we have not received anything from OAG on the information that we have.
So have you not received a response to your request, or have you not received the information you requested?
We received a response that we are not going to get the information that we requested.
Okay, now, the OLG mentioned that they asked for a release of the information from from Intralot and from VSC. Have you all similarly asked for a release?
I've heard of that. We have not asked for a release from Intralot or VSC.
Okay,
No,
do y'all
we have not.
plan to?
I will check with our general counsel to see that.
Okay. In terms of authority, what is your authority in matters like these?
So I think, again, one of our responsibility is always what it has been, is making sure that we are doing compliance, making sure that the prime contractor is paying the subcontractors, is adhering to the CBE Act, and also making sure that the subcontractors have the ability to confirm those payments. They have the ability to reach out to us if there is an issue. So I can give you a little bit of background based on us monitoring this contract. There was some claims that there was CBE spend with subcontractors. As far as when we started doing some digging into that, we realized that that spend should not be credited as CBE spend. And that, again, speaks to the work that our compliance team has been doing. And so we stay on top of, the documents that are submitted to us. We verify those documents that are submitted to us. The process for those vendor verification forms that were referenced is that the prime contractor, Intralot, will verify spend that they have given to our CBEs. The CBEs will then confirm that they have or have not received that spend, and then they submit those vendor verification forms to us. So those are documents that have been completed by the prime contractor and then verified by the subcontractor before we give credit to that spend.
Okay, and so I'm over my time. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder in a moment, but the Office of Lottery and Gaming testified before the committee a little earlier that they received information from DSLBD that as of January 10th, the contractors are in compliance with their subcontracting plan. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and that takes into account the funds that we identify that should not be credited.
Okay, you all sent a letter, I think some 4 years ago, this is based off my recollection. I'm sure you all have a better recollection because you all wrote the letter. But it essentially put Intralot on notice that its spend was not, it projected out throughout the course of the contract, happening at a rate that will allow them to be in compliance. They responded to that. Have they been in compliance throughout the duration of the contract?
When we sent that memo, at that point, there was a concern that they were not going to be meeting their spend. I'd have to go back and check, because I don't know specifically if that was before we identified spend that should not be credited, spend that was submitted to us as SBE spend, and we identified that that should not be credited. So I don't remember the timing of that.
Okay.
But as of the date of this year, January, yes, they have met their SBE spend.
Okay, I'm over my time, and I apologize to my colleagues, but I have to get this last question out. And I'd like to be able to pivot away from this in my next round. But in paragraph 5 of the settlement agreement, I believe it is identical on both agreements. It says the district alleges that Intralot and VSC entered into an agreement under which Intralot agreed to permit VSC to use resources from DC09 LLC to perform its subcontract, including personnel, capital, and technology. If true, is that in compliance with the CBE law?
No, it is not. Because if they were saying that DC09, they were trying to get credit for DC09 spend. What I recall is that DC09 was a joint venture. It was not a certified joint venture, but it was a joint venture between Intralot and VSC. There is no, they are not a CBE. And if I remember it correctly, that was spend that they submitted to us as CBE spend.
Is that what you were
That-
referencing earlier?
That, yes.
Ah,
So that is
got it.
spend, that portion of the spend we have removed from our calculations.
Okay.
And those calculations that were submitted to you as of January of 2025, which show that they have slightly exceeded their goal of 55.58%.
Can you, I think you all, I may have already requested it, but you all submitted that to us, right? Got it. Okay. All right. I appreciate my colleagues' patience. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder for around 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Evans, always good to see you. Director Evans, could you speak to how DSLBD's support for small and local businesses, particularly in Ward 7, has translated into measurable economic growth? Can you provide specific data on business growth, or rather business creation, job creation, and/or contract awards?
So I can give you, and I can make sure that the team will provide you those specific numbers. What I can tell you is the programs that we have been implementing and creating, and how they have benefited and impacted those small business owners and the residents of Ward 7. So one of our well-known programs is the Dream Grant Program, which focuses on a cohort of businesses in Ward 7 and 8. And year over year, that program continues to grow with business owners wanting to participate in a 12-week program that we provide technical assistance, access to capital information, and then we also work with them to be able to develop their program, their business, through a pitch program. So we want to make sure that our small business owners not only know how to do their job, which they know the work they're doing, but oftentimes they have trouble communicating that and talking about it in a way. So what we want to do is make sure that they have those skill sets so that they can pitch that program, pitch their work to potential investors, potential other organizations, potential contractors. And so we spend a lot of time with those businesses on that.
Copy. I appreciate that. Could you speak to how DSLBD's assess the effectiveness of its Main Street programs in driving business growth and revitalization, specifically in Ward 7?
Yeah, so I think what our Main Street programs do is really provide, and our Main Street EDs spend that one-on-one time with business owners. And so we at DSLBD get a lot of our information and intel so that we can develop the right programs for those businesses. I think we just announced in Deanwood a new Main Street program. But we work with the business owners on a regular basis, find out what their needs are, and that influences how we develop programs and get grant dollars out to those businesses. But not only grant dollars, I would like to talk about just briefly a program that we are working on is working with our small business owners, not just to provide access to capital, because we know business owners need access to capital, but sometimes business owners are not sure of the right type of capital they need. So we've worked with 13 financial institutions, including CDFIs, to find out what their requirements are to provide access to capital lines of credit. And then we have a program where we work with those businesses to make sure they fit into that criteria. So they're not just going to apply for something and not really have the information or have the capacity to get that loan.
Copy. What challenges have emerged in implementing Main Streets east of the river, and how does DSLBD plan to address them?
So I don't look at challenges, I look at opportunities.
Okay.
And so I think that we have seen that our main streets east of the river, we haven't seen that there have been challenges with, starting main streets, with implementing main streets. We have some of our, strongest main streets are east of the river. When there are issues as it relates in specifically to a main street, we have our commercial revitalization team that works with our Main Street executive directors on a more consistent basis. When I began in this role, I started doing community walks within the main streets, not only having conversations with the Main Street executive directors, but with the business owners to find out what the needs are.
You mentioned prior to you starting this role, and you would know this better than I would know this because of your prior role in the Deputy Mayor's Office for Greater Economic Development. You know the value of small and local businesses and the role that they play in driving our economy, which is a good segue to my next question. You mentioned you've done a lot of walks on main streets. Many businesses in Ward 7 expressed concerns that the programs doesn't offer enough direct support. How does DSLBD ensure that small businesses actually feel the impact of Main Street initiatives beyond beautifications and cleanup efforts?
So part of that is making sure that, when we're in those corridors and when we're doing those corridor walks, we have honest conversations. And it's not just about, beautification. It's about how is business going? What are the changes you've seen? What is it that you need from us? And we have frank and open conversations. Now, and I will admit there are things that, DSLBD can do and support pretty quickly. And then there are other things that we need to collaborate with others to do and may take a little bit longer to do that. But that's always where I start.
Are there any disparities in how funding and resources are allocated across different Main Street programs in the district?
Are there any disparities? You mean the amount that is? No, there are no disparities.
How can we ensure that main streets and underserved areas receive the same level of investment and programming as those in more commercially developed parts of the city?
So I think if we're talking about, equity, there's a lot of things you want to look at when you're talking about equity, right? Whether it's a main street that's in an area that's typically been underserved versus a main street that has a ton more businesses. So there's a lot of balancing that we have to do, and there have been in our monthly calls with our Main Street executive directors, now moved to every other month. There have been conversations about funding and should there be more funding tied to main streets that have more businesses within the corridors versus main streets that may not have as many businesses, but have been have been underserved for a number of years. And so it's a constant balancing act.
Copy. Shifting over to CBEs. Many businesses in Ward 7 are CBEs, but don't see the benefits of that designation. What specific measures is DSLBD taking to ensure that CBEs actually receive meaningful contracting opportunities?
So we're doing quite a bit.
Okay.
So let me just refer to my testimony when we talked about our District Connect. Last year in District Connect 2023, we had 361 participants. This past year, we had 450 participants. This is an event that we do annually that has grown not only by businesses participating, but also district agencies participating, regional partners participating, financial institutions participating. We have business owners participating and leaving with lines of credit, leaving with, business credit cards. There are a number of things that we are doing to put people in contact and put our CBEs in contact with the resources that they need. And that could be a procuring officer that you have, 10 minutes to talk about your business and why you would be of value to work with that particular agency. So we do that, and that's just one thing. I'm happy to talk to you about a list of the other initiatives that we have.
How is DSLBD, or rather, how does DSLBD track and ensure that CBEs, particularly those east of the river, are getting awarded contracts at the same rate as businesses in other wards?
So I don't want to say that we are currently tracking awards of CBEs east of the river versus not.
Okay.
There's some data we could pull, and we certainly would be happy to talk to you about that.
Okay.
But that's not something that we currently do. And can I just, Councilmember, add one more thing when we're
Absolutely.
talking about how the agency is ensuring, not only contracts are going to CBEs, but I know you are well aware of our Green Book.
Yes.
And, since Mayor Bowser, came into office, when she came in, that first Green Book was showing 300 million going to our CBEs. And as of FY24 is 1.2 billion.
My last question is round because I want to be mindful of my other colleagues here. Are there any plans to simplify the process for CBEs to compete for and win contracts, particularly for small businesses that may lack the capacity to navigate the system?
So that was something I would have to talk with my colleagues in procuring agencies. There's a very fine line about the procurement piece versus the monitoring of the contract piece.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Suggs Evans, good to see you and to the whole team. I've heard some questions on Main Streets. I'll be honest, that's where I'm going to focus a lot of my questions here today. Let me start with this. Do Main Streets produce annual reports?
Yes, they do.
Where would one find them?
On our website,
Whose website?
DSLBD's website.
Are all of them posted there?
All the ones that we have received, but the majority of them, yes.
Okay. Does that include their metrics or DSLBD's metrics for performance?
It includes what they have done for that year. Yes.
Okay.
The activities that they've done that year.
Got it. When we think about, part of what I'm trying to make sure I understand is how we're doing oversight. Does that include any information about their boards of directors?
Can you repeat that, Councilmember?
Do each Main Street should have a board of directors? Does their annual report include information about their board of directors?
I can verify that. It should at least list who their board of directors are. Yes.
Okay. What is DSLBD's role in oversight of the board of directors?
So DSLBD's role, let me answer this in a different way. DSLBD's role is to make sure that the Main Streets are spending the grant dollars appropriately, are developing programming appropriately, and making sure that they are meeting the work plan that has been established. There have been times where we've had Main Streets that were not functioning up to the work plan, and were not functioning in providing and doing the work that they needed to do for the businesses within the commercial corridor. And when that happens, DSLBD has a role in which we go in, we have conversations not only with the executive director and the board members, we may put the Main Street on a performance improvement plan. And so if we don't see active, and typically when a Main Street is not doing as well, you can look back to whether it is there's not fully engagement with the board, and then, and/or if it's not fully engagement with the Main Street Executive Director. And then we get involved to try and bring those things up to a place where it's a sustainable Main Street.
Okay. What I'm trying to focus on is, does DSLBD have any role or any requirements for boards? Is there a requirement that the board of directors has to meet a certain number of times?
Yes, the board has to meet a certain number of times. I can get that number for you.
Okay. How do you verify that they are meeting?
Through their reports.
How do you verify that they're telling you the truth?
Well, to some degree, we take their word for that they're a Main Street. There are certain things that they have to abide by, which is having board meetings, being out in the corridors, you know.
Are
there's
the
one of-
board meeting minutes recorded and posted anywhere?
I can verify. Yes, we have that information.
You have the board meeting minutes?
Yes, we collect that information.
Okay. Could you share that? Is that publicly accessible?
We can share that with you.
Okay. Are there any requirements about board members working, living, having a business or property on that Main Street corridor in which they're the board of?
I don't know that there are requirements that they have to live or work on that particular Main Street. The intent would be that they are a district resident, but there could be a board member.
It's an intent or a requirement?
I don't want to say that there's a requirement. I'd have to verify what the requirements are. But the intent is that the board members are people that have the ability to support the businesses that are within that commercial corridor. For example, there are business owners in commercial corridors that may not live in the district. We're not going to not support those businesses. So there may be a board member, and maybe that board member doesn't live in that Main Street.
But is there, what I'm trying to get at is, do we have anything, when I look at successful boards of directors for our main streets, I see a board that is members that own property on the corridors, run businesses on the corridors, work on the corridors, or live around the corridor.
Mhm.
We also have main streets where the board members don't live in the district, don't run businesses in the district, aren't on the corridor. And what I'm trying to understand is what is the role of DSLBD in evaluating when you have a high functioning board that I think is helping a main street succeed, and then when you don't have a board of directors that is engaged, as you talk about, on the corridor? How do you evaluate that?
So when we have a Main Street that does not have a board that's engaged, more often than
But
not,
how do you know that they're engaged or not? So I'm trying to get at.
because we can tell through the reporting that's done and through the communications that our commercial revitalization team has with the Main Street Executive Director. So that's how we know. That's how we know when a board, and these are examples that have happened where we've had a board that was not involved. We had a Main Street director that may not have been as strong as they should have been. And as a result, we took action. So that's how we know. There's communications with our Main Street executive directors on a regular basis with our team.
I don't doubt the conversation with the executive directors. I'm trying to understand the relationship with the boards. Are there defined terms for the members, for the board members?
I can get that information for you. I don't have that.
Okay. So we don't have defined terms for board members. We don't have a residency requirement for board members.
What I can get to you, council member, is the requirements for being a board. Each of the main streets select their own board, and they select their own board that is going to be beneficial for that main street based on the dynamics of that main street. So what I can do is I can get you the information for some of the boards, because some may not all be the same, of who is a part of that board or not. I can get that for you.
Okay. Would the boards be listed with, I mean, I would assume within an annual report, they'd list their board members?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. One of the things I'm trying to look at too, so in terms of what gets reported to DSLBD, then understand how DSLBD evaluates that information. So I went through the last 3 years worth of performance oversight responses, And over the last 3 years, H Street, Main Street, for example, says they've created 239 jobs on the H Street corridor. That's a very large number for a corridor that's seen a lot of businesses close. Does DSLBD verify when people report how many new jobs are being created? Or is it we trust what the Main Street's reporting back, and then you just say, this is what they're reporting back? How do you verify what they're saying?
We take our Main Street executive directors and the business owners on the corridor at their word for the businesses, whether it's the number of businesses that have started and the number of employees that have the number of employees that the businesses have. So yes, we're taking them at their word. We don't have the
Are there any red
number-
flags that come up though? Like that figure is substantially higher than most of your other Main Street corridors. It's also in the middle of the repercussions of a pandemic, as we see a lot of our small businesses that we're all working hard to struggle. Is there any red flag that goes up that says maybe it's not been reported correctly, maybe there's an error in the data? How would you know, or do you have anybody who looks at that to say if that's the right number, or to help verify, or even just randomized to help check some of the reporting coming back? Because we're putting a lot of public funding into these efforts. I would want the reporting back to be accurate.
Yeah, I can't say that that reporting is not accurate. I mean, I don't want to make any assumption that it's not accurate.
Okay. When I look through like the report plans, for example, I've pulled up the last 3 years worth of responses from the agencies, and there are descriptions of events for some main streets that I just know haven't taken place, but they're being reported back to you as accomplishments. And without checks from the agency that is the grantor giving money out to these organizations, how do we make sure the thing that they're telling you has actually been done? Is there ever a space? How often does DSLBD look to recompete a Main Street? Once I get a Main Street, when is it a 5-year cycle? Is it like when we think about bids, for example, they have to come back and get reauthorized? Does the Main Street ever have an automatic recompete or reapplication?
No, it does not.
Why don't we ever ask them to recompete?
The way Main Streets were set up, and I can have my chief of staff speak to it a little bit more, but the way they were set up, there was not a competition. It was not set up so that they would recompete. I think that, and this question has come up sometimes, and I think that, part of what our Main Streets and our Main Street executive directors do are develop those relationships within the business community. And I think part of helping to support that economic development of that commercial corridor is when you have a strong Main Street executive director, when you have a strong Main Street that has a long-standing time within that community. And to recompete that, I think would be somewhat disruptive to bring on a new group to get to know and learn and develop that trust with those businesses. As I've stated, when we have had Main Streets that were not functioning, we've put Main Streets on performance improvement plans. We have not made decisions not to award the Main Street when we had a poor performing Main Street. So I think I am confident in the work that the commercial revitalization team has done. I am confident in the relationships they have with not only the Main Street executive directors, but the businesses on the corridors. And that's one of the reasons that I make a point to go on the commercial corridors, not only talking to the Main Street executive directors, but talking to those business owners, and will continue to do so.
Okay. I know I'm out of time, so I'll come back around on a second round, because it's unclear how anyone would ever evaluate a low performing Main Street at this point to put them on a performance plan. But we can get into that in the next round so I can understand how you approach that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Director, in 2024, I believe the agency conducted 103 virtual site visits due to suspicions of fraud. And I wanted to confirm, were all those 103 site visits done virtually or some in person? Is there a policy around virtual versus in-person site visits?
So as a result of the pandemic, we began doing virtual site visits.
Okay.
And so, and then once the public health emergency was over, we realized the time it would take for our compliance specialists to drive to one spot, then the next spot. It just took an enormous amount of time where they could continue to do virtual spot checks and still get the information that we needed to obtain. If there is, in doing a spot check, if the compliance specialist feels that something still isn't right, then they will go out and do a site visit. If there is a complaint that is lodged about a CBE and that the CBE is really not based in the district, then we will go out and do not only the virtual, but a site visit.
Got it. How many, trying to think about the way to ask this question. In terms of the allegations of, well, just tell me this. How many fines have you all issued in each of the last 3 fiscal years? And what are the amounts of the fines, if any?
This past year, I probably have to, let me have my chief administrative officer get to you. That.
Sure. If you just state your name for the record.
Sarah Turner, Chief Admin Officer at DSLBD. In the last fiscal year, we issued 2 fines. Well, it kind of carried over into this fiscal year, one for 15,000 and one for 8,000. I don't remember FY23 off the top of my head, but I believe that one was 0.
Okay. I know that, some years ago when I started chairing this committee, really worked with DSLBD. And to your credit, the agency was really focused on compliance and I think had issued some of the first fines, if not the first fines that you all could document had ever been levied. In terms of the 2 that you mentioned in fiscal year 2024, give me like sort of the nature of what those include. If you could talk just generally speaking, you don't have to get into specifics, but can you talk generally about what happened there?
Yeah, I'll have my chief of staff, Bob Dorsey, answer that.
Sure.
Hi, good afternoon. Bob Dorsey, Chief of Staff, DSLBD. So the nature of the fines were for violations of Section 2363 of the CBE Act. So for example, we know that one of the fines was for failure to get the director's approval before amending a contracting plan, a subcontracting plan.
Got it. I'm glad you just mentioned that because something that's come up that we've discussed in the committee is what types of changes require approval from DSLBD. And I can't remember the exact phrase. I'm sure you all remember the phrase, but that kind of change, obviously significant, substantive, but there's also been concerns raised to the committee that there's sort of side contracts. People submit subcontracting plans to DSLBD, and then they make changes that they don't submit to DSLBD. Have you all generally heard those concerns? And what's your policy or what's your process in terms of ferreting out that sort of activity? Fraud is a strong word, but essentially they tell you one thing, but then they do something else. It could amount to fraud. What's your all's process to evaluate those subcontracting plans sort of proactively outside of just receiving and reviewing the quarterly reports?
So one of the things that, we have seen and heard that we've seen, and some of it I want to attribute to people not really understanding the law. And so one of the things that we do in our annual training is make sure that there is an understanding of the requirement that if there's any change to the subcontracting plan, that must get the approval of DSLBD. When we are informed of contracts, not only agency contracts, but even in our PPD work, our compliance specialists meet with the prime or the developer and make sure that they understand what those requirements are. I think sometimes as a business owner, when they are having someone, whether it's a CBE that they feel, it's just not going to help them get to the end goal, they're just going to let them go. And we have had conversations not only with primes to make sure that they understand that that's not how it happens. You have to send a request to us, and it's not just a request, but it's also showing us that there has been documentation of poor performance. And that's why you may want to remove a CBE.
Okay. And we were looking at some of the waivers that come through the agency, and it appears that approximately 31% of CBE waiver requests were classified under the quote, human resources designation. And I'm curious, given the amount, that might be the highest amount or category of waivers that come through the agency. And I don't know all that could be encompassed in human resources, but I'm curious, since it's 31% of the waiver requests, whether you all are doing anything with the CBE community about capacity in this particular area. Is there any capacity building efforts that the agency engages in where you see this amount of waivers in this particular area?
So I think you're referring to human services.
You tell me.
That's what we have as that
Got it.
31%
Okay.
is human services.
Okay.
And so that's where, as you know, if someone needs to house, children or someone with special needs, we actually see that we have capacity in the CBE market. It's many of those waivers, the CBEs cannot take on additional clients. And so that's where we see with situations like that. Now, there have been other instances where we've seen waivers and it's not there are no CBEs that are authorized dealers or authorized representatives. We have worked with those manufacturers to try and get CBEs authorized to sell whatever that item is.
Let me ask about the human services designation. So if you mentioned that there is capacity, but if there's 31%, and I have in my notes, it says waiver request. Are these actual waivers that have been granted, or are these waiver requests?
Well, it's probably waiver requests, but we can get those numbers to you.
Okay. And
But sorry, Councilmember,
please.
just because I make sure that I see majority of those waivers that come through, a lot of them with, like I said, those human services waivers, I'm not seeing that there are no CBEs. So when a waiver request comes through, sometimes you will not see a CBE raise their hand and say they can do it. There's still a responsibility for the procuring agency to go to our database and see if that NIGP code has CBEs that can do the work, and then reach out to those CBEs if they come up. And what I do recall seeing is that it's not that we don't have CBEs to do the work, is that the CBEs, when they have been reached out to, are already at capacity and can take on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that literally then speaks to a capacity issue. So I would be curious to just sort of peel back the layers with you to better understand what might be inhibiting the growth of the CBE community in that particular area. I'm going to try to cheat and get one real quick question in. In your pre-hearing response, you stated that of the 90 agencies monitored for SBE compliance, 4 agencies did not achieve their SBE goals. And I'm going to name them, and you tell me if I have them wrong, but the Office of Finance and Resource Management, DC Libraries, Not-for-Profit Hospital Corporation, and the University District of Columbia. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. Do you all do anything to work with them to achieve those goals, or do you use your authority that you have in the code to help compel compliance there?
Yeah, we always are working with our sister agencies and to make sure that they are meeting their spend. I would say that these 4 again, is not shown that they are consistently not meeting their spend. Many of them have met their spend for the previous 3 or 4 years significantly. And so sometimes what happens with the budget, maybe they didn't spend what they intended to spend, but we work with them moving forward to make sure that they're going to meet their goal.
Okay, all right. I will turn to Councilmember Felder for another round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that was actually a list of my questions in terms of what are you guys doing to make sure that your sister agencies are being compliant with meeting the CBE goals. I'll jump right in. Does DSLBD track whether CBEs that win contracts are actually being paid on time and in full? If not, how can we improve that?
Yes, so through our vendor verification forms, that tracks that CBEs have been paid and what they've been paid. And that's where the subcontractors verify the spend. So the process is that the prime contractor will complete the form. It then is sent to the subcontractor to verify that they were paid that amount. And that's when they say, yes, we were, no, we weren't paid on this date. And then that's what comes back to our compliance staff. So through the DES system, that will be automated. So once the prime contractor enters that information, an email will automatically go to the subcontractors on the subcontracting plan. And we also have a module that calculates the time of when they were paid to make sure that they're paid timely.
Thank you, Director. Circling back to Ward 7 CBEs, which that's my only purpose. What targeted efforts are being made to ensure Ward 7 businesses can access large-scale procurement opportunities?
So procurement opportunities that we are made aware of through our procuring agencies, we communicate that out to our CBEs and to all of our CBEs. And so we make sure that when there are opportunities available, we send that to those in our CBE database to make sure they're aware of it.
And how are we helping small CBEs build capacity to be able to compete for larger contracts?
So there are a couple of things. The team at DSLBD, not only are we in the community, but every Wednesday we are at MLK Library. And we provide one-on-one technical assistance to those businesses that come into the library, that have an appointment with us to make sure that we can assist and provide the resources that they need. As I stated earlier, there's oftentimes that our businesses need additional bonding. So we're working with Surety Fidelity Association of America to implement a bonding program that will help businesses either get bonding or increase bonding. We are working with our banking partners and CDFIs to ensure that there is access to capital. And not only access to capital for business owners that have great credit, but access to capital for business owners that may not have stellar credit, but have longstanding business and can show that they can repay those dollars. So we're working on those types of things.
Could you speak to any specific policy changes or additional resources needed to strengthen DSLBD's ability to serve underrepresented businesses?
I wouldn't say that there are policy changes that are needed. I mean, we are focused on supporting the small and local businesses within the district. We have programs that speak to supporting small business owners. Some are based on location. Some programs are, are targeted to a specific demographic. But our goal is to support all of our small businesses, not only our professional services firms, but our retail businesses, our creative businesses, our creatives, and entrepreneurs.
What are DSLBD's top priorities for the next fiscal year, and how would you measure success?
Our top priorities are focused on, as programming is being established, we'll be focused on ease of doing business, pathways to the middle class, and ensuring that we are revitalizing our commercial corridors. So everything, the programs that you see when we're talking about our youth entrepreneurship program, that is a program that is focused on identifying a demographic that typically people don't think about when you're thinking about a small business owner. But we have a lot of youth that are actually conducting businesses. And so we want to make sure that they are doing it the right way and that they have the resources that they need. When we're talking about our Clean Team programs and our Clean Team employees that are out, on the hottest of days, on the coldest of days, they're in the commercial corridors. We want to make sure that they also have a pathway to the middle class. And so we have a partnership with DPW to make sure that they have the opportunity for those that are interested to get CDL training and licensing. And so that's a way, so everything that we are thinking about as we're developing programs going to fall into those three pockets.
In my role as the Ward 7 council member, I want to be supportive to DSLBD. So how can the council work with DSLBD to ensure that funding and resources, are made more equitably, distributed, particularly to businesses east of the river?
So I think that what will be important is for us to, we haven't had a chance to have a conversation, but to really talk with you and go through the programs that we have. I think it's important for you to see what we're doing as far as automating a lot of our processes, including our grant processes, and how that information gets out and how that information is made easier. I think, having that dialogue and making sure, again, I always say, I'm not the one that knows everything. I reach out. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And so I think us having that conversation, us being able to communicate to you what the programs are and how we go about it will be beneficial.
You mentioned you walk the main streets. If I'm an aspiring entrepreneur or want to get involved in registering to become a CBE, do you guys offer any workshops or how would I find out information to start that process?
The first step would be to go to our website, dslbd.dc.gov. Every Wednesday, DSLBD at a minimum, and sometimes other agencies are at MLK Library. I know we are also going to Dorothy Height Library starting probably next month or so, or the next 2 months. And I think that's the first way to reach out to us.
I appreciate that. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I'll turn to Councilmember Allen for another round.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let me be clear. I know that DSLB does a lot more than Main Streets. And so there's a lot of great things going on. I'm probably gonna stick with Main Streets for a little bit longer with some of my questions. All right, so I went to your website, pulled up Main Streets. Almost everybody's got their 2023 annual report. 8th Street, Main Street doesn't have any annual report here.
Okay.
Did they turn one in?
We'll check.
And that's the 2023. When are the 2024 annual reports due?
They should be up there now, the ones that have turned them in. And so we can check to make sure that we have put it up.
The only thing on the website is 2023 reports.
2024 was due on January 31st. So some may still be coming in.
Who hasn't turned it in for 2024 yet?
I can get that information to you.
Okay. Do we have all the right people here? Does anybody else know?
They haven't been sworn in, but I can get that information to you. Who has not turned in their 2024?
Okay. And how about 2023? mean, is there any reason why somebody would have turned it in 2023 and it just never got put up?
I'd have to take a look at that and I can get that back to you. So it has, H Street has submitted it. It came in after January 31st, so we do have it. It just needs to get uploaded.
The 2024, the 2023?
2023.
Okay. I mean, I don't understand why it wouldn't, if it came in after January 2024, so a year ago, we still haven't gotten the 2023 report up.
So I can look and again, I'll talk to my team about that, but they have submitted their 2023, albeit late.
Okay. How again do we define when you feel like you've got a Main Street that's not acting sufficiently? Like, what are the
So-
metrics? How do you determine? We talked a moment ago, my last panel, on my last round, talking about Main Streets get an award, and then we never again ask them to recompete. But you said if DSLBD is the agency, says we believe there's an entity that's being insufficient, then you can put them on a performance plan. You could even recompete, right? If you chose to, you could recompete. I'm trying to understand, how do you evaluate Main Streets? I think we have a lot of really great Main Streets, phenomenal. How do you
Absolutely.
evaluate the ones that aren't getting the job done? How do you evaluate that? If I've got something where annual reports aren't getting posted, I don't know if the numbers are being reported out, and we don't verify that. How do you evaluate when you feel like you've got a poor performing Main Street?
So like I mentioned earlier, council member, I will take a look at what happened as to why the FY23 Main Street report was not put up. It was submitted. The information that I have received, as I've mentioned before, when I've talked to businesses and gone on the Main Street, is I'm hearing positive feedback. But I am happy, again, to make sure and see why that report was not put up, but it was submitted.
Okay. When I looked back at the last couple of years of agency responses, it feels like there's been a shift when the same question gets asked, as you might imagine, sometimes year after year. And it talks about what's the oversight the agency provides for the Main Streets. And when we look at some of the answers, there were specific answers of, DSLBD provides financial programmatic oversight by entering into an agreement. They agreed for operations. Then it starts talking about transformation strategies of a roadmap. The responses seems to have changed over the years into a much more, each Main Street is its own entity. They set their own goals and they just report on what their goals are. Has there been an approach that just kind of that is a little more hands-off on the Main Streets to just have them put their
Absolutely not.
reports out?
Absolutely not. The Main Streets are independent organizations that we work in consultation with. We work closely with our Main Street executive directors, but the Main Street EDs have a sense of that commercial corridor, has a sense of that community. So there's not a hands-off approach from DSLBD by any stretch of the imagination. We work very closely with our Main Streets. We have some Main Streets that are, heading it out the park. And we have some new Main Streets that I have all the confidence that they will do that. I'm confident in the work that my team has done with these Main Streets and will continue to do. So there's not a hands-off approach by any stretch of the imagination.
But can you appreciate my concern that we don't have annual reports that are coming in and being put up?
Absolutely.
We're unclear if boards are meeting. We say there's board meeting minutes being collected, but I'd definitely love that gets submitted here. I guess let me change to, here's one of the things I hear from Main Streets a lot. I'll shift gears a little bit on this. I understand we want flexibility for each Main Street.
Mhm.
We're going to want a Main Street that knows its corridor best and has some flexibility there.
Mhm.
One of the complaints I frequently get is that funding categories for things like marketing or technical assistance or events end up with restrictive caps, either on the dollars amounts available or when and how they can spend that. It seems like some Main Streets would have a higher need perhaps for advertising or a higher need for technical assistance or a higher need for events. What are we accomplishing by setting different caps? Is the cap and the restrictions set as kind of a guardrail? Are there exemptions to the caps and restrictive uses of the funds? Can you help talk about from the idea of what you want to manage and get out of these Main Streets? What are some of the caps and why do we put them on? And what are you trying to accomplish with that?
The caps are put on because we understand that there are needs of running a Main Street organization. But our priority is to ensure that, you know, as much of the funding that is allocated goes to Main Streets to really support the development of the businesses on that corridor and for those businesses to receive as much grant funding as possible. So we understand that there are administrative needs and costs associated with that. And we want to put a cap on that while encouraging our Main Streets to also look to do fundraising and leverage the funds that they get from the district to do fundraising to offset those dollars.
Okay. Have you heard feedback from the Main Streets feeling like some of that funding is restrictive?
I've heard feedback that, you know, a number of feedback where it's how we were parsing it out. I think at one point, we gave it in 3 tranches and the percentages were a little more difficult. So then we moved it to 2 tranches, so they got more upfront. So we, again, meet with our Main Streets now every other month. We listen to what the concerns are and where we can make adjustments and pivot, we do.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I think that's one of the, no matter which Main Street I'm talking about,
No,
it's kind of one I hear pretty consistently is frustrations over wanting a little more flexibility. But I also appreciate you're willing to hear that feedback from them and make adjustments to try to make that work for each one.
Our most recent percentage, and again, I can get that to you, but it was based on conversations that we had. So we made a point to ensure that the Main Streets got a higher percentage in that first disbursement.
Okay. I know my time's running out here, so I'll just say I am concerned that we've got some Main Streets. I'm concerned about the overall oversight of our Main Street programs. There's a lot of trust that they're just giving you the right information. And I'm concerned that we're not verifying some of the data that they tell you. I'm concerned that we don't ever ask them to recompete. I'm concerned about having really no requirements for their boards. And where I think it pushes the legislative body is if I don't see the right type of structures being put around requirements for boards or board meetings or board composition, if I don't see the type of verification of the data that's being put forward, if I'm seeing Main Streets report out things that we just know aren't actually happening, but they're in the reports that are coming in here and they're being relied on, it makes me think as a legislative arm, well, do I need to start drafting legislation around board composition or requirements of how frequently something has to be recompeted? I don't know if that's the right answer or not. And I would like to know and love to build trust that DSLDB is really taking a hard look at these structures, because I think we have some outstanding Main Streets that do phenomenal work. And we have incredibly vibrant boards of directors that are working with their executive directors and doing great things in our corridors. So I don't want you to, or your team to hear me just say across the board. I think we've got some Main Streets that are not delivering what it is we're giving money to do and what our expectations are. And so I'd love to work with you to help tighten that up and make sure that they're doing this. I would like to ask through the chair, I again noted 8th Street, Main Street, for example, doesn't have any reports posted or listed. They don't post it on their own website. There's nothing there. So, but you say you've got annual reports. So I'd love to ask for the last 3 years worth of annual reports. I'd like to ask for, you said that there's meeting minutes that are recorded. Would love to have that. The most recent board of directors list that was shared with me for 8th Street, Main Street highlighted individuals that haven't lived in the corridor for more than a dozen years, has wrong titles. I don't know if these are expired terms. I don't know what the composition of that board is. And so I think that's part of what I'd like to see us try to drill down on and understand what's happening.
Absolutely. Like I said, we will get that information to you. I would just like to say again, we have 29 main streets. And that number has, and we have organizations that manage every one of those main streets. Some of those organizations are new because of the fact that, you know, we had to compete some of the main streets. I am very confident in the work that our commercial revitalization team does and the engagements that they have. And so I don't want there to be any misconception that the Main Street program, there may be certain main streets that are not performing up to snuff, but that's not an indication of how the Main Street organization is performed.
And I
So I just wanna make
100%
sure
agree
that's
with
clear.
what you just said there. Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Staff, we'll do another final, I don't know if you all need it, but I'll do a final 7-minute round. Does DSLBD have a sexual harassment officer?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and have you had any complaints in fiscal year 2024 or any in 2025 to date?
No, we have not.
Okay. In your pre-hearing responses, you identified the robust retail grant as an example of DSLBD's efforts to reduce application complexity and length in order to expand the reach of its grant dollars. Can you talk about that program in greater detail and discuss how the program is reducing the application complexity?
So Robust Retail is a grant program that came about as a result of some of the fines you talked about earlier, some of the heftier fines that we had to levy. And it focuses on taking those fines and giving that money back to the business community. And we've done it a couple of ways. We've done it through an EIE grant, and we've done it through Robust Retail, which supports our retail businesses.
The other grant you said, what kind of grant?
EIE
Oh,
grant. It's our other certification for those businesses that are certified as resident-owned equity impact.
the one that we
enterprise,
created.
The one you
Council.
created, yes.
Okay.
So we use some of those funds to give back to our CBEs. And then the Robust Retail focuses on using some of that fine money to give back to our small businesses. And it's done in a way that it's a very short application form. And then that money is awarded via a lottery.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Let me ask about Cedar Hill. Cedar Hill Hospital.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Everybody's excited about it. I was with the mayor and a number of people at, I was going to say the ESA, but the new Care First Arena, as it's aptly named now. And she mentioned that Cedar Hill is going to be opening soon. And so I wanted to talk about the CBE requirements of that project. I don't know that we gave this to you pre-hearing though. So to the extent you have a recollection of any of the most recent reports, how are they doing on compliance there?
So we are working with the hospital, and we've been working with them for quite some time. Our Business Opportunities Division is working with them on a matchmaking event that I don't think they have announced the date of that yet. My understanding is it's supposed to be in Ward 8. I don't want to say that if they change the date of the venue. But we are working closely with them. They have asked us for information on CBEs in particular sectors, and I believe my team has provided that information. And then we are working on the agreement with them. That has not been finalized yet.
What about the construction side of things though? This sounds like, is this a post-construction in terms of operating you're talking about?
Yes, the operating
Okay. What
piece of
about
it.
the construction aspects of the hospital?
Let me check with our PPD folks on the construction side of it.
And you'll get back to us on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but any reason to believe that they did not comply with their spend? or didn't meet it?
No reason, because I haven't received anything
I
saying
got
they
it.
haven't
Okay.
replied.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Is there anything else that you would like to add to the record before we adjourn?
Just like to, again, first thank Mayor Bowser for trusting me in this role. I'm extremely appreciative. Thank you, council member, for your advocacy for our CBE community all the time, and sometimes ways people don't know, but thank you so much for that. And just want to thank my team for being here and the work that they do every day.
Actually, I do. Thank you for that. And I'm sure the mayor thanks you too, but I have one more question I wanted to ask. I'm sorry, I neglected to ask a question about, because you had mentioned this and thank you for reminding me. You had mentioned the empowerment fund in your opening testimony. And you mentioned, I think, $300,000 investment.
Mhm.
And I was curious because I know we at the council and the committee put additional resources in the budget for a $1 raise for all the clean team members in fiscal year 2024, and that happened to your knowledge?
Yes, it did.
Okay, all right. Can you describe the origins of the Empowerment Fund grant program and just where you identified the funds for it?
Yeah, so I can talk to you about the program and how it came about, and I'll turn to my Chief Administrative Officer about the actual funds.
Great.
But it was, we wanted to make sure that as we are talking about economic development and talking about how we are supporting our small businesses and our retail businesses within the commercial corridors, oftentimes our clean team are not always thought about and the work that they do. And you and I have talked about this. And so what we wanted to do is where we were able to find funding is to take that funding and award some grant funds, a small amount of grant funds to our clean team employees. In addition to that, as we talked this time last year, performance oversight, when I was telling you about a partnership that we have with DPW to make sure that those clean team employees that are interested in getting their CDL have the opportunity to do that so that there is a pathway again to the middle class for them. And then as we are seeing returning citizens coming back home, that they have an opportunity to get their first job with a clean team. And so I'm happy to, I know I talked about it a little bit, but I didn't say it to you actually, that we have 12 member and clean team members that took the first part of the initial pre-exam, pre-test. We have right now 3 clean team members actually in the class. I think it's a 6-week program, and once they finish that, they'll have their CDLs.
Got it. So they got the $1 raise
They got
and
the
you
one-
created the empowerment fund.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions that I have now. I think you've already added to the record, so I'm going to go
Yes.
ahead and take this opportunity to close things out. For the record, this marks the end of today's performance oversight hearing. The committee will convene again on at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, February 26th, to discuss the performance of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the Office of the People's Council, and the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. There being no further business before the committee. The time is now 2:09 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.